Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. I'm Sonnet, the owner and creator behind Sonnet's Garden Blooms, and in today's video, we are celebrating. Yes, a big celebration in honor of my 3-year anniversary on YouTube. So today actually officially marks 3 years. I was so excited when I actually looked at oh, Friday is 3 years. Let's do a celebratory video. So what I did is I went back, I grabbed a bunch of videos from almost the beginning. Some of the beginning ones, I just could not use some of the footage, but I grabbed 50 thrift flips, so 50 of my favorites, and they're in today's video. I just want to mention some of the earlier videos, my voiceover skills, my editing skills, all the skills were not as good as they are today. I'm sure I still have to work on stuff. Not saying I'm a pro, but just be kind because many of you might not have even seen these videos. So I grabbed those and they're in today's video, and I cannot wait to hear what your favorite thrift flip was out of the 50. And it's a long one, guys, so get ready to grab a cup of coffee and watch. We are taking this globe that I picked up on my recent haul. I paid $7.99 for it, and I decided, if you remember a while ago, I had a table. I bought this decoupage paper. I haven't had an opportunity to use it, so we are going to use it today on the globe. For starters, we are going to take White Swan. One of my favorite whites. I love White Swan. I love vintage white, but we're taking White Swan, and which is a DIY paint, and we are going to paint the globe. So anytime you're using decoupage paper, one thing, I've never used it. This is the first time that I'm trying it, but everything I read is you want to start with a very light color behind it, like a white. Anytime you use anything darker, it just doesn't make the paper pop as much. So it is highly recommended to use white paint behind the paper. So the one thing is, with the painting that was done on the globe, I did end up putting 2 coats of paint on here just to make sure I had complete coverage, that I wasn't getting any of the flowers or anything like that to pop through my decoupage paper. Now the globe is dry, so we are going to use DIY's liquid patina, and we are going to start applying the liquid patina, and then we are going to, as we're going to apply it underneath the paper, and then we will apply it on top of the paper. You do want underneath the paper to have a good coat of the liquid patina, and then when you lay it down, you just start applying over it, and I just work my way around just to make sure I get full coverage from on the entire piece. As you can see, I'm cutting apart the paper. Initially, I'm like, how am I going to do this with the globe being round? I can't just lay the pieces, the whole piece on here. There will be a lot of wrinkling. So what I decided to do was just cut in this piece the globe together, and I am absolutely loving how this is turning out. I also let the top portion of the globe dry. I then flipped it over once the top was dry, and then I continued to do the bottom. What I found was I started touching the globe as I was making my way around, and I was touching the paper. Because it wasn't dry, it was pulling the paper back, and it was kind of tearing. So after I finished applying all the decoupage paper on the entire globe, I did let it dry. I let it dry like a couple hours. I took the base of the globe and I brought it outside, and I used that black satin spray paint, and I sprayed the base. am taking a window out of the stash of windows that I have. I was lucky enough to have gotten a huge supply of all vintage windows from my cousin. So with this window, what we want to do first is we want to clean it up. It has been sitting out on, it's kind of in a sheltered area, but it is dirty. So I'm going to take some Windex, washing both sides of the window. I then want to make sure that there's no chips or loose paint. I still want to take advantage of all that chippy goodness on the window. So once I get it all washed up and make sure that none of the paint is going to continue to chip off, I am going to seal it all, seal it in. I am using Minwax polyacrylic. I'm using the matte finish, and I am going to just put 2 coats of poly on the entire frame. Like I said, just to seal it all in so that nothing will chip off. So the next step is we flip it over and we're on the back side. I'm using 2 colors of DIY paint. I'm starting off with Skeleton Key, and I'm going to completely coat the entire back of the actual window. I want to even get the actual back side of the frame just to really finish it off. I'm a real stickler about that. I really want my pieces that I sell to be completely finished. After I get it completely coated with the Skeleton Key, I'm going in then with Mint Chip, and I am going to start doing a blending technique. So I'm going to just blend the 2 colors together. My goal here is I didn't want one solid color. I wanted almost like a blended look where it almost looked like a sky. So the actual transfer had that, on that, once we flip it over, it's going to look like a blended effect. And I really love how this actually turned out. I was nervous because this was the first time that I did attempt to do something like this, but it turned out great. Now we're going in with a hairdryer to speed up the drying process, and this definitely helped with that. So this is what it turned out like. I just tried to blend the colors together very erratically. So this is the back side, and on the front side, I'm really liking how that looks. So I'm gonna flip it over so you can see. It looks real kind of like a blue sky. Just really cool. I like it a lot. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I am going to seal the back side. And I like I said, I like that irregular look to it. It looks, there's some mint chip coming through, some Skeleton Key. I really like it. So I'm going to seal it, and we're gonna then hopefully it will work and it will seal it. I'm gonna let it dry, and then we're gonna come back and we are going to apply the transfer to the front of the window. So I'm gonna just seal it with the polyacrylic from Minwax. I'm just using the clear matte, and I'm just gonna, I guess, just dump some on here. So we're going to completely cover the whole entire back side, even the frame, with that clear coat, and let it dry. Once that back side is dry, then we're going to flip it over and put the transfer on. After a little debate, I did finally settle on Midnight Garden as the transfer of choice. I really liked this because it fit the whole window. So what I started off doing is trimming off that bottom piece so that when I laid that transfer down, it was nice and snug to the bottom of the window. And then after I apply this piece of it, I will go back and then apply the top top portion. Initially, what I did here is I took my transfer stick and I rubbed all over the transfer just to give it a good adherence. And then I start on one side and I start rubbing, and I take the transfer backing and I just start pulling a little bit. If a piece of the transfer does not stick, I just lay it right back down and rub, and it goes right on. And I just continue to do this until the whole transfer is off of that backing. I am absolutely loving how this turned out, and what an awesome way to use like a vintage window. I am going to definitely be making more of these. Wait till you guys see the finished product. But here you can see just another angle how I'm continuing to rub it and pull that backing sheet. This doesn't take that long. You just want to keep making sure that you're not missing a piece of the transfer, especially when you get to the very edge. I very carefully just made sure that everything was completely off as I was rubbing. And then at the end, you do what's called burnishing it. You burnish, you take that backing and you just rub all over to really adhere the entire transfer on that piece. So here is a peek of what we've done so far. We have the bottom half of the transfer on, and doesn't it look great? Look at all that chippy goodness. So now we're on to the top portion of the transfer. The nice thing about IOD transfers is that they actually fit right inside of each other. So I just lined up the bottom transfer to the top transfer to that bottom transfer, and I laid it down, smoothed it out, and I just started doing the exact same thing that I did with the bottom one. I started on one edge and I just started rubbing with my transfer stick and slightly peeled just to make sure the whole transfer was applied. But really, this is such an easy process, and I absolutely love how this turned out. I really wish I would have tried this much sooner. Honestly, I don't know why I held off for so long. And the back of the window, I think it turned out great as well. I am definitely going to do a scratch test on it to see if it holds up, but I wouldn't see why it wouldn't, because with the DIY paint, it adheres so well because it is a clay-based paint that I haven't had any issues with any of my other projects where the DIY paint scratches off or anything like that. My final step here is burnishing it, and what do you guys think? How do you guys like it? I absolutely love this project, and I cannot wait to make more. I had this scrap piece of wood lying around from some shelves that I had built, and I have been dying to use Royce's new stencil. So she has a cloche, a larger cloche, and on this stencil, it comes with several different items. It's super cool. There's a light bulb, a jar, another cloche, and that is what we're going to be using today. So I am going to also use the little snowman from from Connie, and we're going to nestle that little snowman inside that cloche. I am using the other side of that neutral Christmas paper, and I'm figuring out exactly where I want to cut this out. So I'm actually using a fine tip marker, but I would definitely recommend using a pencil because I knew I was going to use like a darker color on the outside, but if you were going to use a lighter color to stencil with, you probably would not want that marker. So this is kind of not the best thing that I did. So I was doing it too so you guys could see where the outline was. But basically what you do is take a pencil or a marker like this and you draw a line on the very outside of the stencil. That way you can have the paper inside. It appears that the paper is inside the cloche is what I guess I'm trying to tell you. So I am going to cut it all out and then we're going to get started. The first thing I'm going to do is paint the wood block ingle nook, and again it's going with that whole color palette. And I'm just applying one even coat to the entire piece. While that is drying, then we're going to do the next step. Now the cloche is all cut out, what I'm going to do is paint the back of it White Swan from DIY. So this is very similar to if I was going to paint the board white. I'm just painting the back. What a tip for you is when the paper is in one solid piece, before you cut the cloche out, paint the backside white, then trace the cloche and then cut it out. It's a little bit more difficult to do it the way I'm doing it here. Your paper moves about. It can cause all kinds of paint to be put on the front. So just a quick tip for you. I decided that the background was too plain, and I love using Le Courier. I love using Kindest Regards. I have been seeing a lot of gals over on the tribe using Portobello Roads bricks, and I thought, what a perfect opportunity to try a different background, more like a mixed media look. Now, if you don't know this, anytime you buy new sets of stamps, you do have to season them. So just take a very fine grit sandpaper and rub your sandpaper all over, and then that will season your stamps. And I do that to all of them to prep them, and I am going to just use this chunk of bricks, and let's get stamping. Using stone gray again, and again, I don't want that harshness or that black background, so stone gray will be perfect. It will add a little dimension and you'll see the brick, but it won't be so poppin'. So I apply just a nice even layer of the stone gray. I lay my first section down, again gently rub all over, and the nice thing about this stamp is that it just fits in into each other, so you can continue on over and over and then up. And that's what I do to the entire background, and then I am going to apply the decoupage paper next. Now that it's all dry, I position the decoupage paper, I pull it back, and again with the liquid patina, I'm just applying just a nice even coat of that. And I just try to envision where or how far up it's going to go, smooth it out, and then work my way down. What I then do is apply an even coat of the liquid patina over the entire piece. Now, a question did come up that I use liquid patina only for decoupage. Is there anything else I can use the liquid patina for? And yes, you can. You can actually use liquid patina as a top coat as well. Just like Big Top, it has more of a matte finish versus Big Top has just a little bit of a sheen to it. So if you're looking for more of a matte finish, you can use liquid patina. Next, we're going to work on the snowman, and last week was the very first time I had ever used rice paper. So I did not realize the strength of it. So there's all like fibers in it, and it makes it a little bit more difficult to tear versus just your normal tissue type of decoupage paper. So what I had, quite a few viewers actually gave me the tip of using water and just wetting all the way around your image and then tear. So that is what I'm doing here. And oh my gosh, thank you everyone who gave me this tip. I appreciate it. It tore so easy. Last time I struggled, and you guys obviously saw that in the video. I decide to add a little bit of the ingle nook to the snowman. He's got a lot of blue in him, so I am just going to take a very fine tip paintbrush and just add a bit of the ingle nook over some of that denim blue that Connie had painted. And I'm even doing it on the rim of his hat, and then I kind of trace a little bit of that ingle nook around his body as well. And it's very easy just to add a little bit here and there. And let me tell you, I feel after watching Connie do her thing on her Whiskey Wednesdays, I feel like I can do it as well. So I think all of you can add a little bit of paint here and there to any of your images. Now I position him where I think I possibly want him. I am trying to decide, do I want them way on the bottom, in the middle, and then I decide I better lay down my stencil and figure out where all the lines are going to be, and that will probably be a good way to determine where I want them. Now that I have that all determined, I have him positioned just perfect. We're going to decoupage him down, and again, just add a little bit more liquid patina, get him all smoothed out, let him dry, and then we're going to come back and we're going to reapply the stencil. I have my stencil laid down, and now I'm grabbing the JRV stencil brush. A question recently came up is if I had to pick one of the stencil brushes, which one would it be? And my go-to are either the 1/2 inch or the 1 inch stencil brushes. So those are my two favorites. The smaller one I love using when you are in kind of a tight squeeze with a stencil. It's very tiny and it can get into a lot of the details. And then the larger one too, if you have a very big stencil where you have a lot of tapping to do, that one is perfect for that. So today I'm just using the 1/2 inch stencil brush, and I'm using cast iron from Fusion. It is not a black, it's kind of like a grayish black. So I'm offloading a bit, and I am just going to stencil the entire perimeter of the actual stencil, and then inside as well. If you are wanting to keep your stencils completely clean with Fusion, because it does have a top coat, I would recommend washing your stencil right after you get done using it. Here is what the stencil looks like. I do want to connect all the lines to make it look like one image. What I'm doing is taking that fine tip paintbrush again, and I am just filling in the lines. And there was a couple spots where the stencil moved a little bit, and you can see that marker line that I talked about earlier. I'm going to fix that as well. And now this part is complete. I decided to add a little bit of ingle nook to the darker lines, because if you look at a glass cloche, sometimes it has a bit of a green or like a tinge to the glass where it is not perfectly clear, and I thought it would kind of make those dark lines, just kind of tone them down a bit. So I'm just adding a little bit here and there, and I really love the way that it looks. I felt like the picture needed to have a frame. So I went out, I had some scrap wood, and I cut 4 pieces of wood, and we're gonna make a frame. What I'm doing is I want to tie it in to the actual picture. So I'm taking that same cast iron color and I'm painting all 4 boards. Gonna let those dry, and then we're gonna come back and we are gonna take my brad nailer and brad nail the edges on. Here it is. I have it laid out and I love how it looks, you guys. So what I do is I bring it to the edge. It makes it a little bit easier to brad nail it, and I add 3 brad nails, 1 on each side and then 1 in the center. I do that to both of the sides, and then I do that to the top and the bottom as well. I found this cutting board. It wasn't anything special, and I think that says $2.99. I definitely need readers, guys. But I'm going to peel the tag off, wipe it down very thoroughly, and then we are going to apply White Swan to the top. My vision here is that a while ago I had a riser and I did the same thing with it. I loved how it turned out. I used the new transfer called Desperado, and I used the flowers in that transfer. So because I really like that on that riser, I am going to do the same thing to this cutting board. So I'm going to apply just 1 coat evenly to the breadboard or the cutting board, and then I'm going to let it dry thoroughly. What I did do is I went back and I did lightly distress it with my sander just on the edges, just to clean it up a little bit, and then we're going to apply the transfer. Prior to applying the transfer, I should say you always want to seal your paint. So I went in with my polyacrylic here and I applied 1 even coat of the polyacrylic to the entire piece. The other thing I should recommend is make sure that your top coat, whatever you're using, is completely dry. There has been times where I get too impatient and I try to apply my transfer far too soon, and it actually pulls the paint up and the transfer doesn't stick properly. Now that it is thoroughly dry, here is that Desperado transfer that I talked about. I love this set of transfers and I cannot wait to use the rest. I've really only dabbled with it a bit, and this is the flowers in the transfer. With this, my vision here is I'm going to put this on 1 portion of it, and then we're going to add a little bit of transfer to the top portion. That way, if you're going to use this, to display something, it's not directly in the center. You can still display something on here, but when you're using the transfers, you just set it down, you use that transfer stick, and you rub very thoroughly over the entire piece. And then what I do is I lift and I continue to lift gently and then rub. If any of the transfer does not stick, I just lay it right back down and I rub a little bit more, and then it comes right off. I do that to the entire piece, and then after you're done having the transfer completely put on your piece, you want to do what's called burnish it. So that backing that the transfer was initially on, I just take that and I rub over the entire transfer completely to make sure that it's really embedded in my piece of furniture, or like this cutting board. And then once you're done with the transfer being put on, what I recommend is to apply a clear coat over it to completely seal that in there. And I just love the black and white look of this, and I just think these roses are absolutely gorgeous. So now I'm going to apply the clear coat, and I just apply a nice even layer of the polyacrylic to the entire piece, and I'm going to let it dry thoroughly. This completely seals your transfer in place. I found this sign, and I know many of you would have been like, home sweet home, I love it. I'm going to keep it as is. But honestly, I had a different vision for this sign. For starters, I am going to take a white swan from DIY, and I am going to add one nice even coat to the entire piece. And I actually, in the end, had to put 2 coats on, because the image of home sweet home was peeking through, and when I add the decoupage paper, I did not want anything peeking through the decoupage paper. So now that my entire piece is completely dry, we are going to start applying the decoupage paper. What I like to do first is just kind of lay out my image. I also made a really nice crisp line on the top and the bottom, and that is where I'm going to eventually tear that paper off. I wish that this piece would have been just a little bit longer on each end, but I did come up with a solution to fix that as well. For starters though, what we're going to do is lay down the decoupage paper, and we're using liquid patina. So again, the process that I use is I start on one end and I put down just a really nice even coat of the liquid patina, and I like working in like small areas, and it makes the decoupage paper go on so much easier, especially when you're using a very large piece. So if you were going to use the entire piece, which is 20 by 30, this is the process that you would want to do. So start in small areas, lay down that light layer of, or that even layer of liquid patina. Go ahead and roll that back over, and what I do is I line everything up where I want it, and then I lift up the other side, and I just start with my fingers. And you can also use a ball of saran wrap to help with this, to make sure that there are no wrinkles. That helps to prevent any tearing in your paper. Because I'm not working with a huge piece, I'm just using my fingers, and I'm slowly just rubbing it, or lightly rubbing it, and laying it down. I continue to do this and as I work my way down. So make sure that the wrinkles are out, lay down more of the liquid patina, rub it, and like I said, just continue to work my way down until the entire piece is applied. Then I go back and I just make sure if there's any wrinkles, just kind of like slightly rub them out. Make sure that all the corners are adhered properly and the edges are. And then I take the liquid patina and I just rub it on the very edge where I want to have that excess paper off. Because there are these little, I guess they're like little pins on the ends. I could not use my sanding block, so I decided to just take and create like a little line of liquid patina. And by the paper getting wet like that, it very easily tears. So I lay that down, I let it absorb very well, I give it one more rub, and then I start tearing the paper. After that, I just take a little bit more of the liquid patina and start blending any of that paper that was a little torn and reapply it, and it blends right back in just with a little liquid patina. So now what I'm going to do is I decided to create a custom color. So the other night on my live, I created this gray. I ended up not using it. I had taken white swan and black velvet to create that gray, but I wanted this to be just a tad darker. So I used a little bit of that mixture and a little bit more of the black velvet. And I mixed that together to create that custom gray that is like in the actual image. What I'm going to do here is I want to take it and I want to paint it all the way around with my brush. And I want, if you actually look really close at the image, there's little speckles of gray in, or like kind of splattered around. And I want to create that same type of look with my paint and that paintbrush. So what I do is I just start on one corner and I just like kind of like stipple it all the way around with that brush. So I kind of use it just almost like how you stencil. That's the type of pressure and type of stroke that I did. And I just want it to be kind of random all the way around. Now I only did one coat and I'm going to let this dry really well. The other thing is I did it on the sides. I want it all to look like it is part of the picture. And I go ahead then and I apply one even coat of Big Top. I'm going to let this dry and then I'm going to come back and I decided to add a white wax. So I came up with the idea to add a white wax and I'm using DIY's white wax. I always take the wax out and I put it on a different, like I put it on the top here. All the waxes and paints are all natural, so you definitely want to take them out of the container as to not contaminate it. So at first I start just rubbing it and then I decide I really want that white to be around all these little tiny buttons or whatever you want to call them, and just really be around those. So then I really start applying it to those. So after I apply it, then I take a piece of paper towel and I just rub it off. And I love how this turned out. I think that just having that white wax makes everything really pop. I picked these up recently on a thrift haul. If you've been following along, I was strategically looking for different items that I could use on the new IOD release. Now, these are old cheese boxes, and it looks like somebody wrote on them, and initially I wanted to do something a little bit more colorful. I thought that there might be bleed through with that black marker, so I decided I was going to paint the entire base a little black dress by DIY, and I only used one coat. The DIY paint is highly pigmented, so the coverage is amazing. So I did apply one even coat of little black dress to both of the bases of these cheese containers. Next, the top, I decided I was going to use Apothecary. I looked at the transfer that I planned on using on this project, and I thought that the color Apothecary would work perfectly with those. I didn't want to do white. I wanted it to blend a bit, but just be nice and soothing. So after I applied the paint, I did let it dry very thoroughly, then went in with Big Top and applied a nice even coat of Big Top to both the tops. Now, the first one, I got really excited about applying the transfer. I thought the top was dry. It was not on like one side of it. It was not completely dry. Now, this is the one recommendation that I definitely stress to anyone using transfers. Once you seal your piece, make sure it is dry, because what will happen if your top coat is not dry, the transfer will pull the paint off the piece. And that is what started happening when I laid down the first transfer. By the time I got to the second half of it and really started rubbing, that piece was completely dry, but it just causes a lot of havoc and takes a lot longer to apply your transfer by doing that. Next, I decided I wanted to add a little bit of like something to the background. I didn't want it to just be flat with like the Apothecary. So I broke out Kindest Regards, and I love this stamp. I think it was one of my best investments. I bought this even before I started selling IOD, and I get more use out of this stamp than any of the others. That one and the typesetting. But what I also recommend is I now have on my website the IOD stamp envelopes, and that is a perfect way to store your stamps. Since I've been using them, honestly, I feel so much more organized. But here, what I did is I used the IOD permanent black ink, and I just randomly placed this Kindest Regards stamp all over the top. And I did that for each of them, just like I said, random. And some of it was a little bit lighter, some of it was a little bit darker, and I didn't mind that. It didn't have to line up. I just wanted some writing in the background. Now I pulled out the transfer Millets pages, and you guys, I'm obsessed with this one. I love these eggs. I actually love all the pages. Now, what you have to keep in mind, when I first started using transfers, honestly, I thought, oh my gosh, I have to lay it down and use it as is. But no, you can cut and piece it together. You do not have to use it in one sheet. How I wanted to do this is I wanted it all to fit on the cover. So I cut out the eggs around the edges, laid it down, and then I pieced in the rest of the eggs. So once you see the finished product, you guys are gonna love it. Now here is where I do seal the entire piece before I lay down the transfer. It is recommended that you do have a sealed piece prior to applying a transfer. I do know that there are some stockists that do apply transfers before it's sealed. I just prefer to seal my DIY paint prior to applying a transfer. Because DIY paint can be reactivated, you always want to seal it anyway, so I seal it prior to putting the transfer on. Now here is where I got excited, because I thought that piece was dry. The top portion was not completely dry yet, even though to the touch it was. Just give it a little bit longer before you apply the transfer, because like I said earlier, it can pull the paint back. So this process, this one took so much longer than the next one, because I really had to work on getting those pieces, those transfers to stick, because it kept pulling up the paint. So here it is, completely finished, and oh my gosh, you guys, I think it's absolutely gorgeous. I love the apothecary with the eggs over it, and I do like that writing in the background. Now, anytime you apply a transfer, you do want to seal it, so I just applied one even coat of Big Top to the entire piece, and I let that dry, and the project is finished. So here I am doing the exact same thing with the butterflies, and each of the pages in this transfer are so cool and unique. And again, I cut out the edges, and I'm going to then place the excess butterflies around the sides of the round container, and it looks like it was meant to be. I can't wait to hear what you guys all think of this transfer and what page of the transfer was your favorite. Now, all the products that I am using in today's video, you can find on my website at www.sonnetsgardenblooms.com. Going to start off by spraying this entire piece black. This was a piece that I forgot to show you on my recent haul. Once it is sprayed with 2 coats of spray paint, I went ahead and used DIY's White Swan and gave the whole piece 2 coats of paint. So now I'm just taking a fresh rag and I am wet distressing the entire piece. And I just do this erratically all over the piece, just try to make it look naturally worn and distressed. And then from there, I let it dry really well. And now we're going to use the new set of stamp called Le Courrier. I love this because it's in French and I just like all the different newspaper font. When I started doing this, I put the first stamp on here. I realized pretty quick I wanted to add different transfers, so I went ahead and clear coated the entire piece. I let it dry really well before I went back and added the transfers. I wanted to incorporate both the transfer and the actual stamp together. So I went ahead and just sporadically put transfers amongst the actual stamps, and I just am loving how this is all coming together. I just love how the black and white and that pop of color from the transfers work so well together. And when you're using this, the only thing I recommend anytime you're using any of the stamps on more of like a slicker surface like this, just put your stamp down and try to hold it in place so that there's no smearing at all. But I just go through, and my inspiration for this, or when I found this and I started doing this, it just reminded me of like an old suitcase where people just, would put, stickers and different things all over their suitcases, like the old vintage ones. And that's where I got the inspiration to do this. And in the end, I just absolutely love how this all turned out. I think it looks so awesome. And I think it's going to sell pretty quick in one of my booths. And then I'm going to use Big Top, and I am going to seal the whole piece so the transfers are all sealed in, and then we have the finished product. For this next project, if you guys have been following along over on Facebook, I do a live every Monday and Wednesday. During my live last week, I took several different picture frames and I upcycled them. So that picture frame, I mixed 50% mint chip, 50% farm fresh to create like a robin egg blue. I painted the frame and then wet distressed it to bring back that green. I knew that I wanted to use decoupage paper inside. I just didn't know which one at the time, so I thought this would be a perfect opportunity to just finish this project that I started over on my live. The picture frame did have like a piece of cardboard in it, so I painted the cardboard white. Anytime you're using decoupage paper, by starting with a white base, it really makes your paper pop. So I am using Bird Ephemeral by Roycycled, and this is one of my favorites. It's absolutely gorgeous and I love it. So I'm just cutting out a little chunk and I still have the opportunity to use the rest of the paper on another project. One of my favorite mediums to use to apply the decoupage paper is the liquid patina from DIY. Now, when I'm applying any type of decoupage paper, I like to work in sections. This gives you a lot more control over your paper and helps you prevent any wrinkles or tears. So I start with like a starter strip of liquid patina on top. I just make sure that it's nice and evenly applied, and then I push down the paper and then I smooth it out with the actual paintbrush. And I just keep rubbing back and forth, try to eliminate as many of the wrinkles as possible and work my way down. Once I get that section all smoothed out, I lift it back up and then I continue to work in sections all the way down the entire project. Now that it's completely dry, all I need to do is put this right back into the frame. And what a simple way to transform something that somebody else tossed aside. A little paint and a little paper, and this project was completely transformed. All the products that I'm using in today's video, you can find over on my website at www.sonnetsgardenblooms.com. For this next project, I did recently thrift this, and I'm sure I am going to get a lot of comments that I should not be painting it. But the lid was gone. I did a little research on this, and yes, with the lid and the markings, it would go for roughly $40 some if I resold it as is. But I decided I was going to add a mold to this and do a little bit of upcycling. So I am applying one even coat of white swan to the entire piece. I'm going to let this dry very thoroughly, and then we're going to apply a mold. And I'm super excited because I get to use the new IOD mold called Hidden Hollow. For starters, I am using the air dry clay from IOD and then the Hidden Hollow mold, and I decided to use the mold on the right side. So the door on the right side, I liked how the top almost came to like an arch. Anytime I'm using the molds, I always use cornstarch. It just helps the air dry clay release a little bit easier. And I'm just working the clay into, I'm just taking a chunk of it and flattening it out. The clay is so easy to use. I just put it in there, I smoosh it down, and then I just take my thumb and remove any excess. It's really that easy. After I'm totally done, I am then going to have gravity help me with this. I flip it over and then let gravity do its work, and it comes right out. Next, I'm using Type Bonds Quick and Thick, and this is my favorite glue to use with the air dry clay. I just spread a little bit on it. The key here is you want enough but not too much. And what I do is I apply it to the center, then take my finger and just rub all the way over and just bring enough to the edges. You just don't want to set it down and it oozing out. It just creates a huge mess. So definitely less is more to start off with. You can always add if you need to. After that, I'm going to just flip it over, figure out where I want it on my piece, set it down, and then very gently, what I do here is I start working on the edges and just make sure that the edges are all secured down. And then I go into the center and just make sure the whole piece is got nice adhesion. I just don't want to put too much pressure on here and eliminate any of that beautiful detail. That's one thing I love about the IOD molds is the amazing detail each of them have. Now I did let this dry overnight, and that's the other key is anytime you're working with the molds, always let them dry, because if you start painting them or applying any wax after that, it just can get rid of some of that detail. So I let this dry overnight. I did apply a second coat of paint, which I did not show on the video, but now I'm going in with a damp rig and I want to bring out all the beautiful detail of this old teapot. And that's one reason why I grabbed this right away, is because it was so beautiful, but you couldn't see it because it was all tarnished. And this way, with the white paint and wet distressing, it brings back all that amazing detail. Next, before I do anything else, I do want to seal it. I am sealing it with Big Top and just applying one even coat. Now, on a previous video where I worked with some silver, I added some clay pieces as well. Some of the feedback that I received was, I think you should have added a wax, like a dark wax to it, the actual clay, to really make it pop even more. And that's what we're going to do here. But anytime I'm working with any colored waxes, I do want to seal that piece. That way I can work with the dark wax or the white wax a little bit easier. Now that it's completely dry, I'm taking my waxing brush and black wax, and I'm going to start waxing this piece. And I am starting with the door first, and I am just applying a liberal amount all over the door. And then I am going to take a paper towel and wipe away the excess. Initially, my vision was I was just going to do the door, and then I realized that the rest of the pot was a little bit bright compared to the door. So I added just a little bit of dark wax, or actually, I'm sorry, black wax to the rest of the piece. And I think that it really tied it all together. Watched my last video, my thrift haul. I had quite a few viewers say that they actually picked this up where I thrifted it, and they chose not to grab it, but I knew right away. I had a vision in my head what I wanted to do. I unfortunately am covering up these beautiful lighthouses, and I'm sure some people are cringing, but my vision here is a little different. So we're going to use a piece of recycled paper called Hardware, and to go in, I am applying 2 coats of White Swan to just the base of this, and then we're going to go back and apply the decoupage paper, and wait till you see this transformation, guys. So here is the piece completely dried. I just want to show you what it looks like thus far. And then here is the paper called hardware. And I am going to use just the bottom portion of it. So I can still use the top piece like on another sign or somewhere. But what I do is I just kind of lay it out. I make sure everything lines up. And then what I do is I just take my fingernail and I kind of rub where the edge is, and then I'm just going to cut it as straight as possible. Now that I have it all cut, I laid it down and oh my gosh, I am knowing at this point that I made the best decision to go with this decoupage paper. And does it not totally transform this piece? I honestly am in love. So again, we're going in with liquid patina from DIY, and I just start on one side and I work my way over. And this really helps, like I said in the previous project, just really helps eliminate the wrinkles and have better control over your paper. And I work from one side all the way to the other. Once it's dry, this piece is completely transformed. And honestly, it's as simple as a little liquid patina and a piece of decoupage paper, and your item is completely transformed. For project 3, I had grabbed a bunch of these old tea kettles at a rummage up in northern Wisconsin. I think I paid like $1 a piece for them. I loved how vintage and old they looked, and I thought this was a perfect opportunity to add just a little chunk of paint inlay to the front, and it will be a perfect piece to display something really fun in it. This is a piece that I did not want to paint either. I want it to be all natural in its, vintage agey look. So I am using Big Top again, and I want to give you all a big tip here. This project was almost ruined because of what I'm doing right here. So I am so used to smoothing out my decoupage paper with my paintbrush that if you look, I am basically sealing the top of of this paint inlay. And I'm doing a really great job of it, you guys. So when I went back to mist it, I struggled big time getting this off. So the tip I'm going to tell you is when you're using a top coat with your paint inlay, do not top coat the paper. You can definitely use your fingers to embed that paint inlay in that top coat, but then don't use any top coat on the paper. I wasn't even thinking when I did this. I initially thought it was because I was using it on metal until I watched my video and I'm like, oh my gosh, Sonnet, you are basically sealing that paper. So that's my tip of the day. Don't do what I did, okay? And your projects will be amazing because I've never had a problem getting the paper off with the top coat up until this project. After some definite legwork here, I was able to get all the paper off, and I then went back in with more Big Top, sealed the entire piece. I want the finish to be completely the same all the way around, and I just went around and sealed the whole piece, and I am so happy with how this turned out. These 3 rolling pins during my thrift haul on Friday, and 2 of them I did pay $2.99 each, and then that middle one was $7.99, but it was 50% off, so I ended up getting it for $4. I really loved the shape of those handles and the look of that rolling pin. So what we're doing today is we're decoupaging 2 of them, and then we're just going to paint the handles on all 3. Because we're only decoupaging 2, I am using the White Swan on 2 of them, and I'm just applying 1 even coat of White Swan to both of those, and then coming back and we are going to paint the handles. I'm using Little Black Dress from DIY Paint, and I'm also using the new paintbrush called the Perfectionist. I absolutely love this paintbrush, guys. It gets into all the details of items, allows you to really do a lot of that perfectionist work, like getting right to the very edge of this handle. And again, I'm applying 1 coat of the paint. DIY paint is heavily pigmented, so really because I'm going to wet distress this back, you only need to apply 1 coat. Now that these are dry, let's go ahead and apply the decoupage paper. What I did here is I allowed a little excess hangover on each end of the rolling pin. And for the wraparound, what I did is I started wrapping it around and I made a little slit, and then I used like my scrapbook cutter, like a paper cutter, and I trimmed the excess paper off, and it makes a very nice clean line on that. So what I'm doing here is, again, a starter strip, and I'm just working my way around and making sure that I eliminate as many wrinkles as I possibly can with my paintbrush, and then continuing on. I do that for both of these, and then I make sure I set these aside, let them dry very thoroughly before I take my sandpaper and remove any of that excess paper on each end. And a tip here, I did use my sandpaper to get rid of the excess, but many of my viewers have told me that they get a little like a nail file, and they use the nail file for, hard to get in places like this. Now that I've sanded the excess paper off and they are all painted with the handles, now I'm just taking a little bit of water on a piece of paper towel, and I am going to wet distress all 3 handles. And again, I just randomly wet distress here and there to make it look really aged and like these have been used a million times. Now that they are dry, I am taking Big Top and I'm sealing the handles. I am applying just a nice even coat of Big Top to all 3 of those, and then these will be completely finished. Thrifted these 2 little frames, and you guys, I saw these and absolutely fell in love with the vintage frames and not so much the actual pictures inside. So what we're doing to start off with is there are little tiny screws on the back, and what I'm doing is just taking a pliers and pulling the screws out, because then what I will do is after we are done with a project, I am going to push the screws back in, and that way they will be absolutely perfect. Now, I am going to keep these little pictures. I just was thinking maybe something in the future I will be able to repurpose these like ships. So I am keeping those in my stash. To start this project, I'm using Ephemeral Melange. Now, when I did the video on the seed catalog. I had mentioned that seed catalog and ephemeral melange go hand in hand. They work great together, and because I've done so many thrift flips with the seed catalog transfer, I thought this would be a perfect opportunity to use this transfer in all of my flips today. That way, when I create a vignette in one of my booths, these will all go together. So I am using two different images with roses on them. And right away, I'm like, these will be a perfect size to go in this frame. I'm painting the frames Aviary from DIY Paint. After looking at both of those transfers that I'll be using, I figured the Aviary was the perfect green match. I am applying one even coat of Aviary to both of the frames. I am using the new paintbrush from DIY Paint called the Perfectionist. And you guys, I absolutely love this one. I'm kind of torn between the Little Dipper and the Perfectionist for all of my small projects that I work on. Now, all the products that I'm using in today's video can be found on my website at www.sonnetsgardenblooms.com. I'm only applying one coat of paint because we're going to go back and wet distress after it dries. I'm taking a piece of cardstock and I am going to cut it to size to fit the actual frame. Next, I'm taking Kindest Regards, one of my favorite stamps, and we are going to use that in the background on the cardstock. Now, if you haven't discovered the new envelopes that hold all of your stamps, I definitely would recommend them. These new IOD envelopes made just for the stamps have completely got me organized with all of my stamps. So that's just something that I would definitely recommend. But I'm inking up the Kindest Regards stamp and I am laying it down on the cardstock, rubbing just very gently to have a little bit of a background image on the cardstock. Next, I am taking the transfer and I measured it and it's a little long, so I'm cutting off the excess. I'm peeling the back off and then I'm going to apply the transfer to each one of these cardstocks. And I am using the transfer stick that comes with the transfer. If you don't have it still after you opened your package, you misplace it, a credit card works great as well. So once I lay it down though, I am just going to line it up and then, like I said, take that transfer stick and start rubbing, and then I take the front and I just start peeling back. If any of your transfer does not come off of that sheet, just lay it right back down and rub over it again and it will come right off. Next, I am wet distressing the frames. These frames have such beautiful detail, and typically I take a wet rag to do this. I did just grab a piece of paper towel and I dampened it, and I just randomly rub all over the frames to bring out all that beautiful detail. Next, I'm taking Big Top from DIY and I am going to seal the frames. Anytime you use DIY paint, it can be reactivated until it is sealed with some type of top coat or a wax. So I apply one even coat of Big Top to both frames. I'm going to let them dry and then they are all ready to be put back together. For project 4, I found this old like toolbox. It caught my eye right away. I cleaned it up. It had been pretty dirty, and initially I wasn't going to paint the handle. I realized pretty quick that it was going to be virtually impossible not to get the handle painted. So I just broke down and I started painting the handle as well. And in the end, I do like that, how I did that, and then I distressed it back, so it looks really cool. But I did apply 2 coats of paint to the entire piece, including the bottom and the inside. It went pretty quick, and I did use a hairdryer to speed up the process of drying. Now that it's completely dry and the 2 coats of paint are on it, I did go back with a wet rag and I wet distressed it. So I just picked areas where it was raised, and I just took that wet rag and rubbed it. It makes it so much easier to do that. You don't get that mess from rubbing with a piece of sandpaper. No matter what type of like chalk style paint or clay style paint I use, when I'm using sandpaper, it always makes a mess. So by wet distressing it, it's just very easy to do that. What I do then is I rinse out the rag and just keep on using that same rag to do all my wet distressing. So after I was done with the wet distressing, I just took that hairdryer again and just dried the entire piece before I went back and I applied a clear coat to the entire piece to seal it. Now that it's totally dry, I went back and I wanted to cut apart this transfer. That is the nice thing about the transfers, is that you can cut the pieces apart and use them all over or however you want. When I first started using transfers, initially I thought I had to just lay that entire transfer out and use it. Very quickly I realized you can, piece it apart and just make it fit however you want. And I am absolutely loving how this is turning out. I decide to also cut apart the remaining transfer and piece that other rows on top of that one. And in the end, it all comes together beautifully. I also found these cutting boards, and I knew that I was going to use them for the new IOD release. They are super cute, and I loved all 3 sizes, and I thought they would be perfect displaying like in a vignette in one of my booths, so I grabbed those right away. For this project, I am using the new paint inlay called Melange. From what I've been hearing from a lot of my customers is that the paint inlays are a bit scary. They haven't worked with them before, and I thought this would be a perfect opportunity to show you how easy it is to use the paint inlays. So for starters, what you want to do is use some type of chalk style, clay or clay style based paint, and you're going to want to put down 1 coat of paint right away. You'll let that dry very thoroughly, and then you're going to come back and you're going to apply a 2nd coat of paint. When that coat of paint is still wet, you will want to then apply your paint inlay. So here I'm applying the 2nd coat of paint, and as I apply the paint inlay, I am applying it similar to that of like decoupage paper, where I don't just lay the whole piece down. I am going to lay it down on one, like in the center, and start smoothing each side so that I can alleviate a lot of the wrinkles and try to really embed that paint inlay in your paint. I'm taking my finger, I'm rubbing it very thoroughly to make sure that that whole image is really embedded in the wet paint. Plus I take my misting bottle and I mist it, and it gets that paint wet on that piece of paper. And again, I just smooth it all out, and now I'm letting it dry. Now that it is completely dried, I am going to go back with my misting bottle, wet that entire piece of paper, let that absorb into that paper, and then I'm going to start peeling the paper back. And as you can see, the paint inlay is beautifully in the board. The other thing that I also hear a lot from customers is, well, it's one and done, not with a paint inlay. You can use it 2 to 3 times. So what I do is I take that little paint inlay there, that piece of paper, I let it dry, and then I save it for another use. After I'm completely done, after the entire project dries, I should say, I do load up my paintbrush with Big Top, and I apply Big Top to completely seal it. I have heard that other people have said that the paintbrush makes the paint inlay smear. If you load up your paintbrush and you don't put a lot of pressure on the paint inlay, then it will not smear. I start tackling the next breadboard, and this one I decided I wanted to paint Queen Bee from DIY. I loved this color, and I am picking out the sunflower from Melange, and I think it will be a perfect addition to this breadboard. Again, I am going to cut out the paint inlay. I'm going to apply a second coat of paint, and then I am going to work it the same exact way. The smaller your paper pieces are, the easier it is to prevent wrinkles. So this is a perfect beginner paint inlay because there's a lot of tiny images in here and very easy to work with, and you can do so many projects. For this one, I am lining up the very edge with the breadboard, and then I'm just taking my finger, like I said, and I am going to smooth it out. Now, at the very end, when you see this, you are going to see there was 1 or 2 little tiny wrinkles. I really think it just adds to the character of the entire piece. But once I smooth it out, I just mist it. Again, rub it very thoroughly, get it on, let it dry, and then come back and remove it. So I just remist that tiny piece of paper, and once that paper gets wet again, then you can just start peeling it back. And I love how these all are turning out, and the detail, you guys, it's just amazing. So after it completely dries, then go back with Big Top and seal your paint inlay and the DIY paint. I think this turned out awesome, and I love the detail of the sunflower. For the last board, we are painting it Apothecary. Because I've used Apothecary on those cheese crates, I thought this would really tie it all together. So I am applying my first coat, then I'm going to go back in with that second coat and again apply that paint inlay in there, and I'll show you how easy it is to do that. So here it's completely dry. I'm applying that second coat, and then when I apply the paint inlay, just like I did before, I just start taking my finger, rubbing out any wrinkles and laying it down from one side to the other, just so that I can alleviate as many wrinkles as possible. Now that it's completely dry, I just take my misting bottle, mist it really well, and once it gets completely absorbed with the water, peel that backer off, and I love how this one turned out too. Now I'm sealing it with Big Top, and all 3 boards are completely done, and it did not take a lot of time. And these are, like I said, this is a great beginner paint inlay for all of you that want to try to dabble with it but are a little afraid. If you remember from one of my recent hauls, I did find this really cool wood container. It's kind of like a jewelry box or something like that. I decided to use DIY's Aviary. Green is such a spring color, and it's like one of my favorite greens from DIY. I did apply 2 coats of the paint to this, and I let it dry really good. After it was dry, I did use the wet distressing technique to distress the entire piece. This just cuts down on the amount of dust that happens when you distress a piece. If you're using like sandpaper, you get so much dust. So I just take an old rag and I wet it down, and then I just distress all the edges. And in between, I just rinse the rag out and then continue on with the distressing. Once I'm done, I just let the piece re-dry, and then we're going to go back and do a clear coat. To seal this piece, we are going to use DIY's Big Top, and we are going to do just a nice even layer of that. One thing that I do recommend with any of the DIY paints or the Big Top is don't dip in the container. I go through all of my DIY paints and Big Top fairly quick, so I am, but it is an all natural paint. It does not have preservatives, and so is the Big Top, so it can just create like a funky smell, and you can get bacteria in it. So what I recommend is just dump that into a separate container and then use it that way. I recently picked this up at the Goodwill bins, and I paid roughly $1 for it. It was handmade, and I think it's like a little step stool. My vision here is I am going to paint the base green and paint the top white. Anytime you're using decoupage paper, you want a white background so that paper really pops. So I'm going to paint the top Vintage Linen by DIY, and here I apply 2 coats of DIY paint. basically a coat and a half is what I always like to call it. The white typically though, because of it being so, you can see through it a little bit, typically the white is 2 coats. Everything else I typically do, it's like a coat and a half. It's basically 1 coat, and then the areas where I need to touch up, I just add a little bit more. But I did do 2 coats because I really want that base or the wood grain to be completely covered so that when we lay down the decoupage paper, it really pops. The base of this, I'm doing Fancy Farm Girl. It's a very pretty green, and I thought it would go perfect with the greens in the paper. And actually for this, I only applied 1 coat. And the reason I decided to do that is because I do plan on taking my hand sander and distressing back the edges and just on it a little bit to make that grain come through. So there was really no need to have full coverage. So here I have it completely painted. I let it dry thoroughly, and then I'm laying out how I want the paper, how I want the decoupage paper to lay. I didn't want to wreck either of those butterflies. Initially, I thought it'd be very cool to have that branch on the top, but then it seemed like every time I'd cut either the bottom butterfly off or the side one. So then I decided to just do this wording, and then I'm like, well, maybe if I add a little bit of that flower, I will get that coral pop of color here, because that's what I want to do, tie that coral color throughout all the projects. So now I'm just taking my hand and I'm kind of marking on the paper right where I need to cut. I did get a tip last time I used decoupage paper that tearing it makes it look much more natural when applying to something. And in one of my last videos, it was a globe, and that would have definitely been appropriate there. Here, I want it to have more of a straight edge, so I am going to have the edges come down over the sides. So that is why I chose to cut it versus tear. So now I'm going to start with Liquid Patina by DIY. This I used last time when I did do decoupage, and the paper went on so smooth and perfect. Very little wrinkles. I mean, I was very impressed. It had been the first time that I had used the Liquid Patina, and in the past I did try to use a different type of decoupage paper, and I used Mod Podge, and honestly, every time I've used that, it always, well, first of all, it stinks uncontrollably, and it always seems like there's a lot of wrinkles and clumps underneath the paper, and when I used this, I didn't get any of that. It was perfect. So I would highly recommend the DIY Liquid Patina for decoupage paper. You just put an even coat down, and I do recommend working in small areas. This riser is fairly small, so I thought I could just apply an even coat to it and then apply the paper. When you are applying the paper, what I like to do is how I have that line there, I start on one side and then I just take my brush and I start smoothing it out with a little bit more of that liquid patina on top, and it works perfect. Unfortunately, you are going to see that I end up wrecking the paper, but it was not a lost cause. I tore it right there. I don't exactly know where I went wrong, but I pulled it back and I just reapplied a little bit more liquid patina. And unfortunately, I did not get the vision that I wanted. I wanted to have that beautiful coral flower on here, but I just moved it down a hair, and I still got a lot of that wording, and I just smoothed it out with my hands, and then I went back and I applied the liquid patina over it. I, again, do not know why that paper tore, so I was a little confused, but I quickly came up with a fix and a solution for this. Now that I have the entire top done, I am going to lift up the paper and I am going to then do all four sides. And I just, again, add a little bit to the inside and then I add some on the outside. And I do that to all four sides. After I get the four sides all down, I then go back and I add a little bit more and rub really roughly along that bottom edge. And then I tear back and it comes back, it tears off very easily. And I do that around the entire base. Just tear off any of the excess. And then at the end, I go back after it's all dry and I take like a sandpaper and I just sand the edges just to clean things up a little bit more. After it's completely finished, I add one last coat of DIY's liquid patina to finish this off. Then I came up with another idea. It was completely dry, and because I didn't have my flour, I thought about adding a butterfly. So I pulled out the set of stamps called Monarch from IOD, and I pulled off one of the butterflies, and I decided to add just that image to it. And looking back, maybe I should have did green, but I chose black. I still love the way it looks. I just think I was wanting more of a pop of color, which I really didn't get, but it did look really cool with the butterflies, and I think I was inspired by the paper with the butterflies. So I just laid it down. I kind of did a kitty corner, and the key here is to put your stamp down, hold it in the center, and then rub gently over the entire piece. And then when you pull it off, you will have a nice image of the butterfly. And I'm going to spray it with black satin spray paint. And from there, then I'm going to take vintage linen from DIY and apply 2 nice even coats of paint to this. And I'm going to initially start off with this big brush, and it was a bit, I mean, I could get in the nooks and crannies, but it wasn't a nice even layer. So then I actually went back with a smaller brush and I pulled out a lot of that paint that got stuck in each of those crevices to create a nice even coat of paint. Now that the 2 coats are dry, I'm going to go in and with a wet rag and wet distress that. This is such an easy process, especially when you're using any type of chalk style paint, clay style paint like DIYs. You just rub in all of the areas and anything that's raised, and the paint will just come right off. This is a great way to keep the dust down in your home. I know that in many cases when you're sanding, even with a little sanding block, it just creates so much dust. And then from here, I am going to tip it on its side, and I'm also going to distress around the edges. You never want to forget that. And this was such an easy project to complete with very little effort, and it's going to look great in one of my displays. The last thing you want to do is take Big Top from DIY and apply just a nice even coat to the entire piece. Anytime that you're using DIY paint, you do want to seal it because the paint can be reactivated at any point for blending or like the wet distressing. So by sealing it with Big Top, it is a non-yellowing solution or top coat, and I absolutely love the coverage of this. I was at the Goodwill bins and I was searching for suitcases, just vintage suitcases, and I could not find any. So, what I decided was I was going to find an item that I could create into a vintage suitcase, and I found this plastic case. It must have held like maybe like an old camera. I loved how it had the little balls on the bottom and then the handle that like kind of looked like a suitcase. So I'm going to start off by applying 2 coats of vintage linen to the entire piece, and I'm going to let those dry or let it dry really well, and then we're going to come back and we're going to start decorating it to make it look like a really cool vintage suitcase. So now that I have it completely painted, I'm going to give you guys one tip. If you're using vintage linen and liquid patina, do not have them sitting next to each other because they look virtually the same unless you look at the tag. So I ended up using liquid patina when I started applying the 2nd coat of paint, which it made this whole project much longer because I had to let that all dry before I applied the 2nd coat. Now, what we're going to use here, here's my vision for this. We are using the stamp set peonies, and I decided to stamp the peonies on the suitcase. And this is a very large set from IOD. I love it. And I did this, in one of my very first videos, I did it on a hutch, and I absolutely loved how this turned out. So what we're going to do here is we're going to stamp the images with the black ink from IOD, which is a permanent ink. We're going to stamp out where we want these peonies. I'm going to do some of the flowers, some of the leaves, and then we're going to go back and we are going to paint them. So this is where we become mixologists. We are going to take cowbell coral, vintage linen, and a little bit of water from my misting container, and we are going to start mixing. So we're going to use the cowbell coral as one of the colors. We're going to add the vintage linen white to it as well, and we're going to create another shade of coral, and then we're going to add some more white in there to add multiple shades to make these peonies look like that of that paper, the decoupage paper. So here I'm just going to start applying okay, so I actually started applying it to the leaves. So if you're doing this at home, make sure that you actually apply the coral or whatever color you're using to the right area. So thank goodness I was able to go back and wipe this off. Because I had not sealed it, so it came off very easy. But we're adding the light color first. So where I added the white to the cowbell coral, and now I'm going to start adding cowbell coral directly to it and just starting to blend over the entire piece. And I'm going to go in and I'm going to start adding even some white in there just to add different shading to it. And we're going to do that to the entire peony. And then we're going to go in and we're going to add aviary. I'm going to use aviary actually to the leaves, and I'm going to do the exact same thing. So I'm going to add the aviary, then I'm going to bring in some white to add just where it looks like it's got different colors within the leaves. Now that it's completely dry, we're going to go back and we're going to re-ink the stamp, and we are going to apply that right over the top of the peony. And it is going to bring back all that detail that we originally had when we stamped it. So you're going to see I'm just going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to be very careful. I'm going to try to line it up, set it down, and then hold it in the center and then rub all over the entire peony to get a nice even imprint of that. Once I do that on one side, I'm going to hold it. I'm going to rub on the other side as well. And again, I'm just going to make sure that I've touched all the different lines of the stamp to get a good, nice, even coverage of that. Then I'm going to lift all at the same time, and there you have it. I love how this turned out, and actually I love how the paint kind of goes outside the line. It just looks so cool, and I'm going to do that to the rest of the leaves and the peony. So now I'm going to flip it over, and I'm going to do the exact same process on the back side of the suitcase. And after I'm done with that, then this is something I did not show. I had actually taken down, I thought this whole suitcase was done. And I did exactly what I had shown in that first clip, painted, stamped it. And then I decided to add a little bit of the golden ticket from DIY, and I painted the bottom of the suitcase, the little balls, the golden ticket, and then there was like a stripe around the suitcase, and I painted that, and then the buckles. And then I decided to add a little bit of the golden ticket to the peonies just to give them a little bit of shimmer. I'm not loving that, but I do like how the overall look of the suitcase. For project 3, here in Wisconsin, summer is right around the corner. I keep telling myself that anyway. I plan on doing a little vignette with all springy type of up northy themes. And this is appears to be an oar, so it's like obviously it's not handcrafted, it's just must have been mass produced. But this green reminds me of a set of oars that I actually picked up at, there's like a flea market up north, and it is the same green. When I saw the oar right away, I'm like, I want to mimic those vintage oars that I had picked up. So I applied DIY's Monet's Garden, and I just love this green. I'm applying just one coat to it because I do know that I want to give it an aged appearance, and we're going to do that wet distressing on it. So I'm applying one coat of DIY's Monet's Garden, and I'm going to let it dry, and we're going to come back and we are going to make it look old and vintage. So I'm just taking the wet rag again, and I'm going to randomly just distress it where I would think that age would occur, just around the edges, on the top, here and there. It was very easy with just the one coat to get that aged look. And afterwards, after I said I should make it look all aged and distressed, one thing I think I'm going to go back and do is I think I'm going to add some dark wax to it. Sometimes when I'm, making stuff, afterwards I come up with an idea, and so I think I'm going to do that, just add a little bit of dark wax, the DIY's dark wax to it. But I love how this piece is turning out. Now I do plan on going back and painting the back of it to finish the piece off. I always do that with all my pieces. I finish them off just so in case you ask that question. So I'm going to go ahead and apply Big Top to seal the whole piece, again, as to not reactivate the paint from DIY. And I'm going to let this dry, and then I came up with the idea I'm going to add some wording to the actual long piece of this. So I'm using the set of stamps called Typesetting, and honestly, folks, I have gotten so much use out of this set of stamps. It was the best investment I ever made. I love it because it comes with uppercase, lowercase, and numbers. For those of you who haven't worked with the IOD set of stamps yet, they are super easy. When you get them, the only thing that really is recommended is that you pull out that backing and you take just a fine grit sandpaper and sand the stamps themselves. It just preps them and prepares them for use. And then you can lay them out, and I'm using the IOD white ink. And what I recommend too is once you lay it, just hold it in place and then take your finger and rub over the entire letter to get a nice imprint. It just, it makes it so easy if you just make sure you're holding it steady. I have made that mistake where I've moved it and it smears and I have to start all over. Now the IOD ink is permanent, so once you get it on here and it dries, it is permanently on there. The other thing I recommend is you clean your stamps right away. So I just have a wet rag sitting there and I wipe that off, the ink off, and then they're ready to go right back on the mat that it came with. I line up my life and I go ahead and I do the exact same thing. And I am just loving how this faux or has turned out, and I think it's gonna look amazing in one of my vignettes. Picked this old crock up at the Goodwill bins, and it had a tiny little chip on the top there. I am using Darkened Decrepit, the liquid patina, and I am just applying it, and it really blends it. Obviously it doesn't fix it completely, but it really blended it and it was the perfect color. So after I did that, I made the decision that I was going to add a Crockery set of stamp to this. So I'm taking the IOD's air dry clay and I'm just taking a chunk of it and I kind of flattened it. I'm taking my rolling pin and just rolling it out. I pull it off the backing just to make sure it's not like stuck. So you can see that I'm doing that there, and I like that type of thickness, and I'm taking one of the Crockery set of stamps and I'm just going to rub it until I get a really nice impression. From there, I was looking for my knife. I couldn't find it, so I had a screwdriver, and I'm just going to pull that Crockery set of stamp off, and then I'm going to take the screwdriver and just kind of like cut around it, just to make it have that shape of the actual stamp. So now that I have it cut out, I'm just going to pull it off and just rub around the edges just to clean it up a bit. That's the nice thing with the air dry clay. It's very easy to, pull off any of the excess and just make it look all pretty. I am going to put it down on there just to make sure it was a good fit, and I like how it looks. And from here, we're going to glue it into place. So prior to gluing, what I discovered was DIY's Sandy Blonde is the perfect crockery color. And I am going to take and just paint the edges of the actual, like the air dry clay. I'm going to do that around the entire piece. I'm going to take my hair dryer, or if you have any type of heat gun, just to dry that paint. And I'm not painting the front just yet because I want this to dry overnight. But I do want the edges painted just because I don't want to get any paint on the actual crock itself. So now that that's dry, I'm going to flip it over. I'm going to use Tite Bond, quick and thick. I do have a link in the description where you can get that on my Amazon store. And I'm going to just take it and use my finger and rub it all evenly over the whole piece. So the only tip I have here is when you're applying, once I lay it onto the crock, I want to leave it in that position overnight. Otherwise, it will slide down. And the other solution I have heard is other people use the blue tape and they tape it into place. But I just leave it lay flat like this and it dries overnight. I line it up just so, and then what I do is I just go around on the edges and make sure that it has a nice good adherence, and I wipe off any excess of the Tite Bond that's maybe coming out, and like I said, I let it dry overnight. So now that it's dry, I'm going back in with Sandy Blonde and I'm going to finish the whole piece. I'm just going to take my brush and fill in all the crevices, let this dry, and then we're going to come back with some white wax. So now that it's completely dry, I'm going to use DIY's white wax. I go through the waxes pretty quick, so I just dip in what is recommended because it's all natural. Just take a stick and pull some out and put it on a separate container so you're not contaminating your waxes. But I just apply a good even layer of the wax to the whole piece. Then I'm going to take a piece of paper towel and come back and wipe off the excess, and it is filled in all the image of the crockery, and it's really going to make it pop. Honestly, this turned out so good, and I love how you can very easily take an item that was damaged like this and just take it and elevate it. We are taking this vintage scrub board and we are going to flip it. I picked it up on a recent haul. I did pay $7.99 for it, but I absolutely loved it. It was in really good condition, and I didn't want to do anything to that back piece. It still had some writing on it. But first and foremost, I wanted to get it nice and clean. It was a bit dusty, like it had been in somebody's basement, all full of cobwebs and all that good stuff. So I wiped it down really well, and then I let it dry thoroughly. And then I am going to come back and we are going to paint the front side. So my vision here is we're going to take DIY's paint White Swan and we are going to just paint that little section in the front. I actually, looking at it now, I probably could have just stamped it, but I wanted to add just a little bit more white in that area. So I'm going to add just one even coat to the entire, this little square section. So when I said I was going to paint the front, I just want to paint within that square. And typically with white, I always do 2 coats, but my vision here is I do plan on distressing it back a bit. I really liked how that grain was showing, and I want to keep that, even though we're making this a little bit brighter. So I'm going to wet distress it, and I just take an old rig and I have it damp, not sopping wet, but just damp enough. And I'm going to, again, bring that grain out that was initially showing a bit. And I'm just going to just naturally make it look like it did a little bit. Just natural distressing from washing clothes. Now I'm going to use one of my favorite sets of stamps from IOD. It's called Typesetting. And the reason I like it so much is it has the capital letters, the lowercase, and a set of numbers. We're going to use the capital letters and we are going to stamp on here wash. I'm going to use the IOD permanent ink black. And we are going to take that ink pad and completely cover each of the letters with that. Now, a tip for you, when you are storing your ink pads, I recommend storing them ink side down. That way, when you're ready to use them, you don't always have to add additional ink to it. All the ink will be right on the surface. So that is a little tip there. I've also been asked why I use my ink pad to ink it up and not a brayer. I typically use my brayer when I'm using paint. Now, this does give it a nice even coat as well, so there's really no need for that brayer. I mean, you can if you want. I have seen other stockists use brayers as well. It might just be a personal preference. But when you're ready to go ahead and stamp it, just centerize the letters or centerize it on the board and then go all in. So when you put it down, I just recommend holding it in place so it doesn't move, and then going to each of the letters and rubbing very gently and just making sure that all the ink is transferred onto the washboard or whatever you're stamping. Now, what I realized here is I missed a spot, so I laid it back down and I just retouched that letter S. Now, the ink, that IOD ink is permanent, so there's really no reason to seal that, but I did want to seal the DIY paint. Anytime you're using any of the DIY paint, you do need to seal it or it can be reactivated. And I just applied a nice even coat of Big Top to the entire washboard, and then I let it dry and it was finished. Yes, the crate that I found on my Friday thrift haul, I am trying to be really good, guys, and flip the items right away so they don't sit in my stash for ages. So this was $5.99, and my vision for this is I'm going to paint it little black dress and then put the decoupage paper on the front. And I think this is going to turn out awesome. For starters, I break out the little black dress from DIY and I paint both ends and the entire inside. And again, I'm using that paintbrush, the Perfectionist, to really help get into all those nitty-gritty details on the inside of this crate. Next up, we're going to apply the decoupage paper to both of the fronts, and I have already cut the 2 chunks of paper that I'm going to use and lay it out, and then again I start on one side and I work my way down just like you've seen with the rest. And really, I cannot tell you guys enough that starter strip really makes a difference. After it's dry, I am taking my sandpaper like I did with the rest of the projects, going ahead in the downward motion and getting rid of any of the excess paper. After I do this, I then bring out the entire crate outside, and I use my hand sander, and basically I distress the heck out of the entire piece. So on the handle, on all the edges, I just want it to look really grungy and worn, kind of like the paper. Here it is, all distressed, and I love it. I now need to seal the entire piece though, so I am using Big Top from DIY, and I am going to seal the entire piece, including the decoupage paper. Typically, I had always been using liquid patina to seal it, but you know, Big Top is a sealer as well, so I'm going through the entire piece and doing one even coat of Big Top, and then this project is complete. I thrifted this at the Goodwill bins, and at first I thought, should I paint it or should I leave it, embrace the imperfections? And I really loved the worn look of this. It just looks like years of age used as a step stool, a little chair, and I am embracing the imperfections of this beautiful little piece. I am going to add 2 different paint inlays here. I'm going to add one to the seat and then one to the actual back of the chair. So that's the cutest thing about this little stool. It's like a little step stool for a little kid in a bathroom, or it can be a little chair as well. So that is what we're going to do today. Just like in project 1, I am using DIY's Big Top to apply this paint inlay. And again, very easy, just one even coat of the Big Top. And then I'm going to apply the paint inlay into the Big Top. And really the key here is just make sure it's not too thick and that you don't let it overly dry. So I'm applying it in the Big Top, and again, just laying it out, smoothing out any of the wrinkles, and just rubbing it, like I said, with my finger to really embed that paint inlay. I am misting it, and then we're gonna let this dry a bit, and we're gonna come back and we're gonna remove it. Now, I did this to the seat, and then I'm also doing the exact same thing to the back of the chair or the little step stool as well. Now it's time to remove the paint inlays. I am misting them again, and then I am taking the carrier sheet and I am going to start on one side and I am going to just pull it off. And I love the look of this, you guys, because the chair is a bit aged and distressed looking itself. I really liked how this had a little bit of some wrinkles and it did not look absolutely perfect. A little tiny piece on the top there of that paper backing stuck, and I just wet it with my mister, and then I used my fingernail and I was able to get it off. It was just a tiny little piece. But I love the look of this, you guys. Look at how absolutely cute this looks. Oh, I think it's going to sell right away in my booth. I recently thrifted these 3 pumpkins, and I probably could have displayed them as is, but I wanted to give them a complete transformation. I pulled out all my IOD molds, my Type Bond, my air dry clay, and don't forget the cornstarch, and we are going to do a complete transformation. I want each of the pumpkins to look completely different, so I am using different molds on each pumpkin. For starters, you do want cornstarch in your molds. It just helps release the clay that much easier. I use the cornstarch and I use gravity to help me get the molds out. So I'm grabbing a chunk of the air dry clay from IOD, and the first mold here I'm using is called Olive Crust. I'm going to take my mold and I am going to dump out any excess cornstarch, and then I'm going to start filling in the mold, and I basically use my thumb and I take away any of the excess. I love the IOD molds because it does have a micro rim edge and it really helps you get a nice smooth back surface. And as I mentioned, I always love using gravity to help with getting that mold out. So for this first pumpkin, I am using both the olive crust mold and I'm also using the mold called Classic Elements. And again, I want each of these pumpkins to look a little different, so I'm using different molds for each pumpkin. After I lay out all the molds exactly how I want them, I'm then using Type Bond, and that is by far my favorite glue to use with the molds, and the air dry clay. And I am applying just a little in the center, and then I'm taking my finger and I'm spreading it out to the edges. The key here is you don't want too much glue on there, because when you lay your mold down, you don't want it to seep out because it just causes a bigger mess that you have to clean up. If you just start off with a smaller amount of glue, it would be better than having too much. After I completely apply the glue, I lay it down, and then what I recommend doing here is from the center to the edges, just lightly start applying pressure to make sure that it gets really nice and adhered. And then you want to make sure that around the entire edges that it's completely down. And I keep on working my way around the entire pumpkin with all of the molds, and once I have them all placed, I just set it aside and I do let it dry overnight. For the second pumpkin, I am using the molds called Fleur de Lis, and I'm using the leaves out of that one. And then I'm also using the new mold called Dainty Flourishes. And it had the cutest little molds in there with, it just reminded me of how a pumpkin has those little curlicues. So I decided to use that. Initially, I laid out all of the leaves, and then from there is when I started adding the Dainty Flourishes. And I love how this one came together and looks completely different than the first one. For the third pumpkin, I am using Olive Crust, and I am also using the leaves from Fleur de Lis to decorate up this one. I let these dry overnight, and here is what they look like, guys. I think they are super cute, but now it's time to add a bit of color to completely finish this transformation. So for the first pumpkin, I am using the Perfectionist paintbrush from DIY. If you guys have not had the opportunity to try this out, you are missing out. I love that pointed tip, and really it gets into all the details of your project. So it definitely was the perfect brush for this project because the molds have so much detail, and it really allowed me to get in there and get that paint in there. Now this one I decided to paint Faded Burlap. My actually inspiration was from the heirloom recycled paper, and how it started off with the stacked on the bottom. It reminded me of faded burlap, and then gypsy green, and then summer crush. So that is what I decided to do here. And I'm applying an even coat of faded burlap over the entire piece. I'm gonna let it dry, and then I'm gonna tackle the next one. On to the next one. So I'm breaking out Gypsy Green from DIY Paint, and I really think this was the perfect green for this pumpkin. And like I said earlier, my inspiration came from the recycled paper, which was the heirloom pumpkins or the stacked pumpkins, and the green basically was the same. For our third pumpkin, I'm using Summer Crush, and I know many of you might be saying, well, it is already orange, but it's not Summer Crush, and I also want to paint the leaves the same color. So I am applying, again, one even coat of Summer Crush, letting it dry, and then we're going to do the next step. Here are all three pumpkins completely painted and dried. I love them, you guys. I think they're absolutely gorgeous, and they're not even finished yet. What do you guys think so far? The next step here, I'm taking DIY's Big Top, which is a sealer. Anytime you use DIY paint, you do need to seal it, and I'm using Big Top. So I'm applying one even coat to all three pumpkins. I'm going to let them dry very thoroughly, and then we're going to add a bit of wax. I let them dry very thoroughly, and now we're adding dark wax and the Golden Rule gilding wax from DIY to bring out all the details. For starters, I'm applying just the dark wax lightly over all the leaves and then in the crevices to really emphasize the texture of the pumpkin. I'm then wiping away the excess and again just touching up those crevices to really make that pop. Then I'm taking the gold or the Golden Rule, it's like a gilding wax, and I'm brushing it over the tops of each of the leaves and all that detail, and it just really ties this all together, and I absolutely love the way this one turned out. Next, we're going to tackle the Gypsy Green, and I'm going to do the exact same thing, just lightly apply the dark wax over all the leaves and around the leaves, and then again working in each of the crevices of the pumpkin to really bring out all that detail, wiping away the excess of the dark wax, and then bringing in the gilding wax or the Golden Rule again, which is the gilding wax, and lightly touch over all the detail. And this one turned out absolutely amazing too. For the third pumpkin, I'm doing the exact same thing with the dark wax, with the Golden Rule. Here though, I am making sure that I don't get any of that Golden Rule in the center of that front piece. I just want to make sure that if I ever want to add something to it, I'm able to do that. And if I had the wax on the front there, it may not allow me to stamp an image or apply a decoupage piece of paper because of the wax. I found this thrifting, and initially I was going to take off that handle. I just was going to use the little bench part as like a riser in one of my displays. but I chose to keep it on based on what my subscribers told me. I am going to be painting it Avery, and we are going to be using the new Whispering Willow transfer from IOD. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to show you all the beautiful transfers in this book. There are 8 pages and they are full of just all different, amazing, great detail. I think there's so many possibilities with this transfer. And I've said it several times since I've seen it, like this is the new brocante. I love it, and I think it's going to be looking awesome on all different types of smalls and even large pieces. So I can't wait to dabble with this more. And I'm sure you guys are absolutely going to love it too. All the products from IOD can be found on my website, so you can go out there and find that. But we are using Aviary today, and I am loving this green. Now, at Antique Acres, I did have several pieces painted in this, and people were just loving it. So I decided to continue on with that theme, and I'm going to be probably putting this over at the Goat. And I did apply just one nice even coat to this. I knew the coverage is really well with the DIY paint, but I knew that I was going to take my sander and distress it back a bit on the edges, just to shabby it up a hair. So I didn't want total full coverage. If I would have wanted to not shabby it, I would have applied 2 coats. Now that it's dry, and you can see I did take my sander and I roughed it up. There is I'm going to be taking Big Top and clear coating it, but if you saw, there was like a little spot, and I don't know if there was something on it. I had wiped the whole bench down and I never saw anything on the bench, but like right in the front there was one little spot. So in the end, after it dries, it was still there a little bit, but I did apply a transfer slightly near it or over it, so it didn't show up that much. But yes, I apply just a nice even coat of DIY's Big Top to the entire piece. So anytime you're using DIY paint, you do need to seal it so as to not reactivate it. That's the nice thing with the DIY paint. You can blend it until it is a clear coat is applied. So I did apply that. Now, I do want this completely dry prior to putting on any type of transfer. If you do try to apply a transfer prior to having your top coat completely dry, it will pull the top coat and the paint, and the transfer will not apply. So I learned the hard way. I wanted to apply it too quick to a project, and learn from my mistakes, folks. So I am going to now show you how I'm applying the new Whispering Willow transfer. So I took one of the pages and I cut up a bunch of chunks of the transfer, and my vision here is I wanted to put some flowers on the top, and then I was going to put a little bird on the side with a mushroom and some additional flowers. And then in the end, I finally decided to put something on the handle too, to tie it all in. But using the transfers is so easy. You just peel off that backing and then lay it down, rub your transfer stick over the entire piece, and then I start on one edge and I just start slightly pulling back that transfer sheet and then continuing to rub, and the transfer just applies very easily. After the transfer is all the way on, you do want to take that back sheeting and rub it all over your transfer, and that is called burnishing, and that just really embeds that entire transfer in the piece. So now that I have that top piece on, I tilted it and we are applying that little hummingbird. Isn't he just super cute? I just like the bright colors, how it pops off of that color aviary. And again, I'm doing the exact same thing. I just wanted to show you how easy it is. I just pull one of the corners and pull it back a hair, and then I just start rubbing that transfer stick, and it just comes right off, the transfer comes right off that backing. Super easy, and transfers add so much to your projects. And you know, if you really divide out each one of those transfers, you are not paying much per transfer, and you are creating such a unique piece by using that. So after we're done applying the transfer here, we are going to apply a clear coat to protect the entire transfer. And you always want to do that, apply a clear coat to your piece afterwards. Came up with the idea to use the new set from IOD called Horse and Hound, and another older mold set called Harper. And I thought about using the horse. The minute I saw that set, I was like, I have to use that horse on some type of flip. And I came up with a saying that I was going to put on here, and I started off with Prairie Gray, and I painted the entire piece Prairie Gray from DIY. I did do 2 coats of Prairie Gray on the entire piece, let that dry really well, and then I came back and added the mold. If you haven't used any of the IOD molds before, what I do recommend is using cornstarch to allow the clay to pop out that much easier. So what I do is I just dump some in, I line the whole piece, and then any of the excess I just tap out. And then I use the IOD air dry clay, work it in my hands a little bit to smooth it out, and then just start applying it in. The one thing that I do love about the IOD molds is that they all have the best detail. When I pop out the mold from the horse, you're gonna see this amazing detail. Many people do use like the transfer stick or a flat edge to smooth it out. I just use my thumb. The IOD molds do have a micro rim, which makes it very easy and allows you to have a really nice crisp line for the entire mold. So you have a really nice smooth back. So when you are applying it to whatever surface, that it adheres very well. So then when you do have it completely done, I like to use gravity, and I just tip it over and I allow gravity to do the work for me, and it just pops right out of the mold. And you can see like the horse is beautiful. I absolutely love this, and I'm so excited to get working on the new project. So I am using Titebond, and now I got a little nervous with this mold. It's very big, and with those legs and the tail, I didn't want anything to fall off. So what I did is I just flipped it over and I squirted on the Titebond, and then use my finger to just rub it all over, and then I apply it. A lot of times I always put the mold in my hand and very easily like maneuver it around, but like I said, I didn't want anything to break off from the mold. So now that I have the glue all on, I'm just gonna pick it up ever so slightly, and I am going to lay it down. And I was trying to make sure it was perfect. And what I do from here is I always go around and I ever so gently go around to all the edges and make sure that it's got a good adherence. You don't want to apply too much pressure because you don't want to lose any of that amazing detail, but you also want to make sure that it is completely attached to whatever surface that you're gluing it to. So I always just pick up the plate, or like this, I'll pick up this platter and I'll look at all the edges and just, like I said, touch all the way around just to make sure that it is completely adhered. Now that I've done that, I am going to grab Harper, the mold, and I'm going to start popping out the letters. So my saying was hold your horses. So I don't know if wherever you are, that saying ever comes up, but here in Wisconsin, we do use that saying, like just hold your horses. And I thought it was perfect for this. So now I have all the letters glued on, and I'm going to let this dry overnight, and then I'm going to apply another coat of the prairie gray paint over all of the letters. So here it is dry, painted and dry, and I am going to take white wax. So I started doing this very early in the morning. Typically what I do here is I always apply a clear wax before I apply the white. And I was pretty tired, so I make that first swoop and I'm like, oh shoot, I applied the white wax. I should have applied the clear. So I grab the clear and I go ahead and apply clear to the entire piece and then go back and apply the white. Now the reason I do this is that whenever you're using the white wax or the dark or black waxes, by having the clear underneath, it just makes it that much easier to manipulate. So it doesn't get too dark or too white. And it's much easier also to, if you have too much white in an area and the clear is underneath, you can then take more clear wax and wipe some of that off. It makes it just a little bit easier. So I always recommend a clear underneath whenever I'm using any of the other waxes. So I apply the clear and then we're going to apply the white. So to apply the white, I just do a nice even layer of white over the entire piece. And then what I like to do is just take a piece of paper towel and go back and rub all the surfaces, like the raised surfaces, and allow that white wax to really get in all the crevices to really make your items pop. For our next suitcase, this baby caught my eye because of the faux snakeskin, and I loved the handle. It was like a clear handle and the hardware on it was absolutely stunning. I didn't want to do a lot to this. Actually, I at first was going to leave as is, but then I remembered I had this newer paper from Upcycled, and it is called Ephemeral Burlap. And it comes with two different images, and it's like a burlap paper. There's one side that has like a black print, and then the other side has a white print. And I thought that would be perfect on the top. Now, I did want to wipe this down really thoroughly. It was a bit dirty from being in the bins, and I cleaned it all up, and it looked like $1,000,000 after I did that. So let's go ahead and I'm going to show you that paper. Here it is, guys. Now, this is the side I'm thinking about putting on the suitcase, and then this side I'm going to use for a different project. I love the writing on here, so that is what I'm going to be putting on the suitcase. I'm going to line it up exactly how I want it, and I want a little bit of that black floral on each side as well. And I'm going to cut off any of the excess, and I'm going to save it for a different project. Now keep in mind, always hold your scraps, guys. I always keep any of my unused decoupage paper, and I have a little supply of it because I work with a lot of smalls, and I can always pull out that excess and use it on something else. Now for this, I lined it all up and I figured out where I wanted to have that wording and both of that like floral on each side. And again, I'm using liquid patina, and I am going to do a starter strip just like I had in the past. And I am starting on one end and I am working my way down. And again, I like the look of this like faux snake skin, and it kind of comes through the decoupage paper, so you can kind of see that snake skinny look to it. And on this one, I am not painting it white under there. I want it to be more like it was part of this suitcase, so I'm letting that black just kind of pop through and just really make this look like it's part of it. If you haven't decoupaged yet, it is so easy, you guys, and like I said, just do your starter strip and then work your way down and let it dry very thoroughly. And then now on this one, I am not going to use a sanding block or sandpaper to get rid of the excess. We are going to use a paintbrush and water, and I'm going to show you another technique. Now that it's completely dry, and you can see like the color difference, see how on the edges where it is not having that black underneath, it is definitely a different color. I really like the look of the paper now. It looks really aged and worn like the suitcase. Now what I'm doing here is I'm just taking a paintbrush and I am taking water, and I am just doing a strip of water. I'm just wiping it along the edge, and then once that gets damp or wet, that decoupage paper is very tearable, and in a downward motion I am just going to tear, and it blends so much better when you tear the decoupage paper versus having a real clean cut. Because there was not real like a straight edge on any side of this, I wanted it to be more jaggedy, and that's what I'm doing around the entire perimeter of the suitcase. Now that I have that done, I want to make sure that the edges are completely secured to my suitcase. So I'm going around and I'm lifting up any of the edges that need to have decoupage underneath, which is the liquid patina, that medium, and then applying it another even coat over the entire piece and along all the edges. Went into my stash, grabbed another one. I also pulled out this vintage hymnal that I had thrifted, and we're going to pull a page out of there as well. Now I am using another one of Connie's beautiful rice papers, and this one actually came as a 4-up, and I had cut it in half and gave 2 to my mom to use, so I will have 2 for myself. For starters, I'm taking the hymnal page and I am going to tear it towards me. I just want to rip the edges, make it look very natural. And I'm eyeing up where, what I want on the cover to show. I do want to just upfront apologize, guys. If this book is worth money, I am sorry. I just thrift these and I grab them. The colors always speak to me. I don't really do a lot of investigating. I probably should. But honestly, I don't even know where I would sell it or who would want to buy the book, even if I discovered it was worth like $50. So anyway, so what I'm doing here is, like I said, randomly tearing this page, and then we're going to decoupage the hymnal page to the front, and then we're also going to do the same with the rice paper. I'm going to just cut it in half, save the other image for another project. And then again, like I said, I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to tear the edges of this entire piece of rice paper, and then it's going to be ready to decoupage. Because I had such great success with the liquid patina, we're using it again. And really the key here, you guys, is always do a starter strip like this. Lay your piece of paper down where you want it and then pull back the top and then lay down that liquid patina. Lay down your paper, smooth it out, and then work your way down. It gives you better control to ensure that you're getting your paper placed where you want. And then it also helps you eliminate a lot of your wrinkles and air bubbles. So I find that since I've been doing that, it works wonders. Now it's time to add the actual rice paper. I just add a tad more liquid patina in the area that I'm going to lay the rice paper, and then I'm just going to lay it down. Now this is a little piece. If I was going to be working with a much bigger piece, again, I would probably start at the top and work my way down like I did with the hymnal paper. To finish this project, all we're going to do is add a bit of twine. I picked this up at Walmart. It's just a little chunkier twine, and I wrap it around 3 times, tie it in a double knot, and we're going to call it a day. I really thought about adding some holiday ribbon or, just something else decorative. But I think really with the look of the book and this beautiful church, simple is better for this one. For project 4, I found this bench at the local Goodwill. I paid $5.99 for it, and it was in really good condition. It just needed to be recovered, and right away I knew that I was going to use Monet's Garden to paint it, and I was also going to use a piece of fabric that I found at Walmart. It is the the Pioneer Woman for the fabric. So I take the top off. If you haven't recovered anything before or painted something that needed to be recovered, typically there are screws on the bottom or underneath, and you unscrew all 4 and then take it off. That way you can recover it and you don't get anything on the fabric if you choose not to recover it. When I am painting spindles, I do like to use a round brush like this. It really makes getting into all those little grooves and crevices so much easier. And I ended up getting this from Debbie's DIY. She actually had some kind of special going on. When we placed an order, she sent some fun items, and this was one of the brushes, and I really liked it. So now I'm going to go in with my hand sander and I am going to just randomly sand different areas of the bench. This makes it just go really quick. I have a lot of projects to complete, so I'm going to just randomly sand the areas. Also, one thing, be very careful when you're sanding on the spindles. You can definitely over sand an area. But here you have it, the finished product after I've completely sanded it. And again, I really wanted it to look aged. And then after that, I apply a top coat to completely seal the entire piece. But here it is, and I just love Monet's Garden. And it's not completely dry just yet, but I wanted to show you just how dark it gets by applying the top coat. Now here is the fabric that we're using today. It is from Walmart and it is the Pioneer Woman. I'm trying to show you here what it looks like next to it. The lighting is a little wonky outside though, but it does match up perfectly. So I'm going to lay out my fabric. I'm going to set the top on and I'm just going to measure exactly where I want to start stapling. What I like to do is staple one side first and then go ahead and then staple the other edge. And then I'm going to cut off any excess. Now that the excess is cut off, the key here is you want to pull the fabric on the other side fairly tight, but you don't want to distort the actual design of the fabric. And I do that along the entire piece. I go and I check just to make sure it's looking okay. And I realized on that side that I had not pulled it tight enough over there. The nice thing was I was able to very easily pull out just that one staple and then re-staple it, and I do that to the entire piece. So from here I get all of the edges done and then I work on my corners. Before I work on my corners though, I want to make sure that it all looks good, which it does. So then I apply just a couple more staples right near the edge, and then I'm going to start working on my corners. And what I do is I just do a nice little fold and I apply 2 staples to that, and then I cut off any of the excess. So I've done that to all 4 corners, and here is the finished recovering. I think it turned out beautiful, and I'm thinking it's going to look great on the chair. Now to reapply it, what I do is I line it up really well before I start screwing it in, and I make sure that the holes line up, and then I just screw them right back in, and it goes back together quite easily. And I no need for my screw gun. I can just screw it by hand to all the 4 corners. I know many of you will probably roast me on this one and say, why am I covering up all this beautiful easel? And as I start painting this, I actually had that same thought because it is absolutely gorgeous. I actually stop painting for a second. I take my finger and I rubbed on it just to see what would look like. So I'm contemplating right here, and then I rub. I'm like, okay, no, I'm making the right decision. I like how the brass looks coming through. I'm going with it, and I continue to paint. And I'm very glad I did, because in the end, I love how this turned out. I love the brass detail, how it popped, and I like the white. I just think that whatever is being displayed on this beautiful easel is going to look magnificent. So I did apply 2 coats of paint to the entire piece, and I go back with my wet rig and I do my wet distressing. And this, like I said, really cuts down on the dust, and you can see as I'm doing this, the beautiful detail that comes out. I really love how that brass just peeks through the white. And this turned out absolutely gorgeous. I'm very excited to have completed this project. I am debating, I know I say this a lot, but when I really like an item, I am really debating on whether or not I'm going to keep this for myself, because what I went through to get this piece home to Wisconsin, almost knocking somebody out on the airplane as I was going down the narrow aisles to get to my seat because of my broken bag. I just think that this might be a perfect addition to my studio. So now that I have it completely wet distressed and dry, I'm going in with Big Top and applying a nice even clear coat. And this completely seals it so that the paint will not reactivate, and it just gives it the perfect finishing touch. Found this riser and I thought it was super cute, but very plain, and I decided I wanted to add something to it. So we are taking a Upcycled decoupage paper, and in today's video we are going to use all 3 of those items. But for the riser, what we're going to do is we're going to start off by painting the top white. So I'm using DIY's White Swan, and anytime you're using decoupage paper, it is recommended that you have a white background to really make the image and the color of the paper pop. So I'm applying 1 even coat to the top of this riser. So now that it's dry, what we're going to do is we're going to take the paper, we're going to cut out the truck. I thought that would be a really cool image to have on top of the riser and be sitting like in a display or on, a coffee table or wherever you'd want it. So what we're going to do is just cut out the truck, and we're going to use that for this project and then save those other 2 images for 2 other projects in today's video. So for starters, what I want to do is just lay the image down, figure out where I want it, and I can see the edge around the white. And so I took my fingernail and I kind of made a mark around it. We're going to start off by applying liquid patina, and this is a DIY product that I absolutely love using for decoupaging. And all the products such as the paints, the patinas, the Upcycled papers can be found on my website website to purchase. But now I just apply a nice even layer of the liquid patina, and I'm going to work in small sections to prevent a lot of wrinkles and tearing. You just want to start working in little sections when you're using the decoupage paper, and you're going to want to make sure that your layer of patina or whatever you're using is just nice and even. So that is what I'm doing here now. Once that is done, then what I'm going to do is pick up the paper and I am going to lay it down and just start smoothing it out and working my way over. And I'm just going to continue on with this. I'm just going to, like I said, lay a little bit more of the patina down and work my way. Now, I'm using my fingers to do this. Another process you can do is take saran wrap in a ball and rub it to try to get out any of the wrinkles as well, without tearing any of the decoupage paper. Now what I'm going to do is take my sanding block and I am going to start sanding the edge to remove any of the excess paper here. And by doing it this way, it's allowing just a real nice clean line, and you're not pulling the paper off of the actual riser, you're just going away from it. And that is, once I've learned this technique, when I'm trying to get rid of that excess paper, it's so smooth. And I'm going to do that all the way around, and then we're going to finish the top with a nice even coat of liquid patina. So here it is, folks. I absolutely love how this is turning out. And like I said, we're just going to apply to seal the whole piece in. We're going to apply one nice even coat of liquid patina to the entire top of the decoupage paper. After that, then I want to finish this project. I want to make the greens in this pop. So we're going to start painting the legs. So I decided to use Aviary from DIY. I thought it was the perfect green to make some of those green leaves in their pop. I initially was going to do red, and then I thought that would be so limiting. At least with green, it will fit in all your fall decor. And I just go around, apply one even coat to all four legs, let them dry, and then I am going to come back and add some distressing. Typically, I like to use a wet distressing. I decided to just use my sanding block because I had it readily available and it made a mess. And this is why I typically like to use a wet rig and just wet distress back areas where I want the wood exposed a bit. So if you haven't done that before, I would highly recommend it. But I was out in my studio and this was so like just sitting there. I'm like, I'm just going to use this. And it brought back memories as to why I do wet distressing. So now we're going to use Big Top to seal the legs. Anytime you're using any type of DIY paint, it can be reactivated with water. So you'll want to seal it with some type of top coat. And I'm using Big Top today. I have been collecting these cutting boards and I wanted to bring them to Cranberry Fest, and I was brainstorming what I could do to them. And then I remembered that a couple other creators have used spindles. So for instance, Upcycled by Bree, she did this on a recent video and I'm like, brilliant. I am going to use the spindles for handles. When I was traveling and was in Jacksonville, Florida in June, I did pick up a JRV stencil, and I've always wanted to try it, so this was the perfect opportunity. So I'm using black velvet from DIY, and I love how DIY paint is very thick, so you don't get a lot of seepage. I always offload my stencil brush and then I just dab, and I can honestly say that I really, really like this stencil. I like how thick it was. Once I was done stenciling, it was perfectly crisp. So it was a lot of fun working with these stencils. I'll definitely be picking up a few more in the future. So when I picked up that fall stencil set, I also picked up a holiday stencil set as well. And right away, I knew I wanted to use just this one stencil to give this breadboard just a little bit of like a grain sack stripe. And I will link this one in the description along with the fall set of stencils as well. So I wanted to have all of these coordinate, so I kind of just played around with it, and I mixed and matched the same JRV stencil. I just moved the items or the wording around, and I absolutely love how these all turned out. I took my jigsaw and on one end I cut out a notch so that it would fit perfectly on the cutting board. I am applying one even coat to all three of the spindles. I'm using black velvet. I'm going to let them all dry very thoroughly, come back with my hand sander and just distress them randomly because the cutting boards are very distressed looking. I wanted the handles to have that same appearance. Because I used DIY paint for the stencil and for the handles, I'm using Big Top to completely seal it. I know I have told you guys this before, but if you're a new viewer and have never used DIY paint, the paint itself can be reactivated with water. So anytime you're using the paint, you do need to completely seal it with some type of top coat. So now it's time to put on the handles. What I do is I line it up. I'm applying 3 brad nails to the front. I stand it up and I put in 2 brad nails like on the top. I want to make sure that the handles are really secure to the cutting board and that they don't have any chance of falling off. So what do you think of the breadboards? I love them. I picked up this tackle box at the bins and I loved it. A while ago, I had done another little box and it was definitely a hit. So I like this color, but I wanted to have it fit with my display or my vignette. So I'm painting the entire piece gypsy green. I'm applying 2 even coats and I let it dry very thoroughly. So now that it's dry, I'm coming back and I am going to wet distress this piece. I just take a damp rag and I start by rubbing the raised areas of the item, and I just bring out as much of the color from underneath as I want. This is such an easy way to distress, and it doesn't cause a lot of dust. As if I was sanding with like a sanding block, you'd get a lot of dust from the distress distressing, this prevents that. After I distress like the raised areas, then I randomly go over the entire piece and just distress different areas that would have aged from years of banging around in the bottom of a boat. Now I'm going to seal it with Big Top, and I just apply one even coat to the entire piece, let it dry very thoroughly, and then we're going to come back and we are going to start decorating this. So I'm going to use IOD's Painterly Florals, and I have been on a sunflower kick, guys. I have been just brainstorming about how I can use them, and I thought this would be a perfect piece to have these beautiful sunflowers on here. So if you haven't used any transfer before, basically you peel off the backing, lay it down, and use the transfer stick and just rub over the transfer until it completely releases from the backing. And once you're done, once it's applied, I always just take that piece and rub the whole transfer to really burnish the transfer into your item. Three pictures up at the Goodwill bins on a recent haul. And I know that I'm probably going to get a lot of slack for this because I heard a lot of comments that they loved the daisy prints. But I knew right away that I was not going to use the daisy prints. So what I plan here is I'm using White Swan from DIY, and I am going to apply 2 coats of White Swan to the images to completely cover them and just get a really nice white surface to work with, because I'm going to break out some Upcycled paper and we are going to make 3 custom pictures. So I am using Upcycles decoupage paper called Sepia Blossom, and when I saw the yellow of the frame or the matting, I knew right away that I wanted to use this. I thought, oh my gosh, that's going to just make that yellow pop. And what I did is I basically cut out 3 custom pieces, and I just took my finger and my fingernail and just traced where I wanted to cut the pieces. Cut all 3 out, and what I'm going to do next is we're going to decoupage those in the actual frames. So I'm using liquid patina from DIY, and this by far is my favorite decoupage medium for Upcycled papers. And how I do this is I start and I work in sections. So I don't just completely coat the whole area with the liquid patina. I'm going to start on the top and then I'm going to work my way down. And this really helps eliminate a lot of those wrinkles if you work in sections versus just trying to plop the whole piece down all at one time. So I'm going to lay a little bit of liquid patina, then I'm going to start laying the paper down and rubbing it with the paintbrush or the liquid patina paintbrush and work out any wrinkles and just work my way, add more liquid patina, work my way, and so forth until the entire piece is completely on. Now that I have all 3 pieces decoupaged on the pictures, I am taking black velvet from DIY and I am going to paint the frames black. I just think this is going to really make the images pop with the different black tones in each of the pictures. And then once it's dry, I'm going to come back and wet distress them just to make a little bit of the color of the frame pop out. So here I just have my damp rag and I slightly just rub because the frames have such amazing detail. I just wanted some of that detail to pop through. And like I said, I just rub it all over just randomly. And I love the way these frames turned out. I can't wait to hear what you guys think. I always am on the lookout for rolling pins. I love them and I love upcycling them into beautiful little works of art. So I am going to do 3 different techniques to these. The first one, which is the smallest, we are going to paint the base of it white. And I'm doing 2 coats of white swan to this one, and then I'll show you what I'm going to do to that. The second one as well, I am painting 2 coats of white swan to it as well. And then the third one, we are going to leave its natural color and we are going to do one of my favorite stamping techniques to this. Every time I have done the stamping technique, I have almost immediately sold the rolling pin. So I had thought, should I do 3 of them the same? But I want a variety for my display. So we are doing 3 different pins. For the one that I'm going to leave natural, I am painting the handles black. I'm going to let them dry and then go back and do a little wet distressing to those to make them look like they've been old and, worn and aged. So I'm going to use the stamp called Kindest Regards, and honestly, I get so much use out of this stamp. I'm using IOD's black ink, which is permanent, and what I am doing here is going and basically stamping the entire area because I'm going to take that rolling pin and I am going to roll it across this stamp and get that beautiful font all over this rolling pin. I did try to mark it so that I knew where to stop, but this is a very seasoned rolling pin and the tape would not hold. So I am just going to roll with it. I start on the edge, and like I said, I'm just going to take it and put firm pressure and roll it across the actual stamp, and you can see the beautiful impression that you're getting here. So for the next one, I am just distressing back a little bit of the white swan on here. I just want it to look a little worn and aged as well before I do the next technique on here. So I'm doing the exact same thing. I made the letters bake and I'm using the letterpress stamp set here, and I'm just going to roll right across that word bake, and it gave the most beautiful impression. So for the third rolling pin, I am taking more of that Roycycled decoupage paper called Sepia Blossom, and I cut a piece that will fit the actual rolling pin, and we're using liquid patina, and I am doing the exact same thing that I did with the pictures. I am just starting in a small area and adding the liquid patina and then working my way down. So I add the actual paper smooth it out, add a little bit more liquid patina until it completely covers the rolling pin. I didn't show this, but in the end, I actually cut out a few of the bees that were on the paper and I added those to the rolling pin just to give it a little bit of something extra. And I just think that it added so much to the rolling pin. I then went back and I did paint the handles black velvet from DIY. I did wet distress it and then clear coated those as well. So you may notice that in the video. Frame at the Goodwill bins on my last haul. Now, the moment I saw this in one of the bins, I was in love. I thought, I cannot believe nobody else grabbed this. The detail on here, I loved the cream and the little bit of rust popping through. The other thing I thought was really neat was that the actual stand on the back side. So the one thing it was missing though was obviously the glass. It did not have the backing, so I had to recreate that. I did not go out and purchase any type of glass. What I'm planning on doing here is cutting out a piece of cardboard like this. I just laid the frame down, took a pencil, and then outlined where the round circle was. And I tried to make it as exact as possible and then cut it out. Next, I'm going to see how well this fits, and you can see it was kind of a snug fit. So it wasn't as perfect as I had hoped. So what I did is I laid it down and then I kind of pressed to see there was a little bit of an overhang, and I just pressed with my fingers to make an indentation of where I needed to cut or trim that excess. And that was easy enough. And then it was a pretty close fit at that point. I had this decoupage paper from Upcycled left over from when I did my window, and I thought this is going to be the perfect paper to fit in here. I took a pencil and I traced around the cardboard piece and then cut out the Upcycled paper. Now I'm going to use liquid patina from DIY, and this is my preferred medium when using Upcycled paper. It just goes on so easy. I have used others and I always go back to the liquid patina. Now I'm laying it out to try to make that paper perfect on that round, and I'm starting on one end, and this is how I like to lay down all my decoupage paper. I work in sections and I work out any of the wrinkles, and then I pick it up, add more liquid patina, and then smooth the paper down and work out any of the wrinkles, and then continue all the way across until the whole piece is down. Initially, I was going to use the badger from the Whispering Willows transfer because it is the state mascot, but then I saw the flying machine saying on the paper and I thought I'm gonna use a bird. So I pulled out this cute little bird from the Whispering Willows transfer, and if you haven't seen that transfer yet, it's just packed full of all cute little whimsical creatures and mushrooms and flowers. There's so many possibilities, and you know how much I love little birds, so I used that on here. It also has these little, like the little crowns, so I thought That would be something very cute to add to this little bird, so I'm putting a crown on him as well. Now, if you haven't used any of the transfers before, they are super easy to use. You just peel off the backing, lay it down where you want it, and then take the transfer stick and start rubbing. They just pop right off of that backing. And then you want to just take that backing once it's on, and it's called burnishing. You just burnish it into whatever you're applying your transfer to by rubbing it very thoroughly. I love how this turned out, and then at the end I do seal it with Big Top. Anytime you're using a transfer, you always want to seal it just to make sure that it is definitely in place. Now we're going to add the cardboard back into the frame, and then the nice thing about this is that it did have the little brackets on back to hold it all in place, and I just screwed those in, and there you have it. We have a completely transformed frame. I picked up this vintage ironing board on a haul quite some time ago, and I didn't know exactly what I had planned on doing with it, so it kind of hung out in my living room for a while. Then it made its way out into my stash. But now I know exactly what I'm going to do with it. I'm using DIY's White Swan, and I am going to apply 2 coats to the entire piece. What I did not take into consideration is after I applied the 2 coats, I clear coated it so I could apply a transfer, and I had a lot of bleed through. So I should have gone ahead and put down a clear coat prior to applying the paint. Live and learn. And so after I applied the poly over the 2 coats, I went back and I applied another coat of White Swan and applied another clear coat, and then it was ready. Also, as I was starting to paint, I'm like, oh, that's right, I forgot to take this. There was like a old sticker, like it was a vintage sticker that was on there, which probably would have been really cool if the whole sticker would have been there. But I just used my scissors and I scraped the rest of it off. Now that it's completely dry and I've used up all of my polyacrylic, I am going to use Big Top, which is by far my new favorite top coat, and I am going to apply a nice even layer of Big Top to this prior to applying the transfer. So my vision here is I want to use IOD's Transfer Redoubt 2, and I thought this was beautiful. I don't know where I came up with this vision, but I want to, on the lower half, just create like almost like a bed of roses, and initially that's what I was going to do, and then in the end I added one additional one to the top. It just took me a little bit to figure out exactly how I wanted to lay this out, and just when I started to do this, the wind really started picking up, which made it a bit chaotic with all these different transfers. I'm trying to piece them and lay them out, and the wind just got really crazy at that point. So what I decided to do is just start small, and initially I wanted to lay them all out, but I'm like, you know what? With the wind, I can't do that, and I didn't want to pick up my entire project and bring it in the house. So I just thought, well, I'm going to start here and work my way around and make them all fit. After playing around with this a little bit, I realized how much I really liked this transfer because there were so many different roses and I could cut and piece different stems, and it was really cool. I definitely like transfers that there's a lot of possibilities where you can create your own vision. And here I'm starting in the corner just like I did with the when I did the cutting board, and I'm rubbing and pulling the transfer pad or piece back, and then I burnish it. And then I'm going to go and start applying the roses, and I just lay it out how I think I want it to fit. And my vision, like I said, is I kind of want to almost make like a U shape on the bottom, and then work my way. I'm just going to start here and work my way around. This definitely took me a little bit because of the wind, but I really think this turned out great. So I continue on and I just apply the next piece, and it just kind of all comes together. I really think all the different colors in the different flowers just really complement each other. Nothing, they weren't identical, and that's what I loved about it. So some of the roses were a little bit darker, some were a little bit lighter. The one thing too that I wanted to mention is on one of my, when I'm rubbing really hard like that, or like not really hard, but when I'm rubbing, my stick actually hit one of the transfers and it made just like this tiny little nick, and I'm like, no, I wrecked it. And I remembered seeing that another stockist had used like a chalk style, clay style paint, and actually just blended the paint right to like blend it. They wanted to change the actual color of the actual transfer. And so they just painted and blended with the paint. And I thought I could do that. So I went and I got marquee from DIY, and I added a little bit of the marquee in there, and I just blended it in, and you never could see that I did that little nick in that transfer. So that is just a little tip. Even if you don't like the green exactly, you can always just add a little bit of paint to it, and you then seal it after it's all on, so it all really comes together. Now that you saw how I got this started, I am just going to put the rest in super fast mode, let you listen to some music, and just show you how it all finishes out. When I saw this at the thrift store, I absolutely fell in love with the color of it, and I knew right away what I wanted to do with it. In the past, I had actually picked another suitcase the same shape, but it was white, and I actually used the Owl Roycycled decoupage paper on that suitcase, and it turned out so beautiful. I then ended up painting it from white to the same exact color of, it's like, I used, I think, Mermaid Tail by DIY, and it was a perfect fit. For today, what we're going to do is we're taking White Swan from DIY Paint and we're going to apply 2 even coats of the White Swan here. This really makes your paper pop. Yes, you do not need to apply white underneath if you want a more muted look to your flip, but I really want all those vibrant colors in that owl paper to pop. So this is going to do that. We're gonna let this dry very thoroughly and then we're going to come back and apply the paper. This is going to be such a simple flip and it's going to completely transform the look of this suitcase. Now it's time to apply the paper, and if you've watched this before, I do it the same exact way, and this really prevents a lot of wrinkles and makes your paper go on so easy. So I lay out where I want the decoupage paper. I do use liquid patina. That is definitely my go-to medium for decoupaging with the recycled paper. And then I do a starter strip. So I just apply an even coat just on the very top to start the decoupaging. Once I have a nice even layer of the medium, I smooth it all out, and then I take my paintbrush and I just smooth out any of the wrinkles. And then from there, I just lifted the bottom of the decoupage paper up, and I just start working in sections all the way down. And honestly, this is what I have found to be the most effective way to prevent wrinkles and to just make your paper go on completely smooth. Now, the one thing I really loved about this suitcase is that it did have almost like I don't know how to describe it, like a pattern on the suitcase, and you could see that underneath. Once I was putting on the paper, when it all dried, you could actually see that pattern of the actual suitcase coming through, and it really was a cool effect underneath the decoupage paper. Now I'm going to let this dry very thoroughly and then come back with some sandpaper, and we're going to sand the edges to get rid of any of this excess paper. Now I typically like to use a sanding block. I don't have any at the moment. I do have just some regular low grit sandpaper, and I'm just rubbing in a downward motion, not the upward, because if you do it upward, you could possibly pull the paper off your project. So I'm going around and I am going to just, like I said, in that downward motion, take away any of the excess paper. And then after that, I am going to seal it one last time. And I always just make sure all the edges are completely sealed and just give it one more coat of liquid patina, and this project will be complete. This is called a fur stretching board, and trappers take these and they stretch the furs on these boards. And I somehow stumbled upon having several of them, and I decided I was going to transform this board into a sign. So we are starting off and we are using crinoline from DIY, and I felt like that was the perfect match to the frame that we just flipped. I'm applying 2 even coats to both sides of this. I'm also using my misting bottle on this side. What I noticed at the end of this container, the DIY paint was a little thick, and by misting it, it just makes it go a little further and smooths it out a little bit more. Now that it's dry, what I did is I took it outside and I used just a piece of sandpaper and I roughed up the edges. I roughed up around that hole and just made the grain of this board pop through a little bit. Normally I would use my hand sander, but it was dark out when I did this and I just wanted to do it real quick. I wiped it down, and then I'm applying an even coat of DIY's Big Top to both sides, letting that dry very thoroughly, and then we're going to come back and apply a transfer. Since I opened up the Whispering Willows transfer, I have been eyeing up this little fox, and I was looking for the perfect opportunity to use him. And because this is a fur stretching board, I thought this would be a perfect opportunity. So I started off by using some greenery on the bottom. I wanted to make it appear as if the little fox was sitting in a bed of grass. So just like we had in the past, we laid down the transfer, used the transfer stick, rubbed all over, and then once the transfer came off the backing, took the backing and we burnished it to really just embed it into the piece. I did that for the greens, and then I also did that for the fox. And I just love how he's just sitting there looking all proud as a peacock. Now I'm sealing it with Big Top just to seal that whole transfer into the board, and I always apply one even coat. I felt like this needed a saying on here. I'm breaking out the letterpress set of stamps from IOD. It has 3 different fonts, so you can pick the font of your choice to go with whatever small item that you are flipping. Now, I went on Google and I searched Fox sayings, and I thought this one was a little funny. My husband felt it was a bit risque. So you tell me in the comments what you guys think. Was it funny, or do you think that it was a little too risque? I'm now taking twine that I had picked up at Walmart, and I'm adding just a little bit of the twine on the top to finish off this entire sign. I thought about adding a bow, but I thought the twine would be more of like the whole rustic feel to it, and I'm just wrapping it around 5 or 6 times and then just tying a knot. I found this old vintage door, and somebody had tried to upcycle it themselves. Initially, my vision here, I had gotten from Goodwill a long time ago. So I am going to reuse that fabric where it says believe, dream, and imagine. And I am going to use one of these embroidery hoops. So I'm going to repurpose that for a different project. Initially, I was going to show you what I was going to do here. I just decided to toss that idea, but I pulled that fabric off of the door, and now I'm going to show you what we're going to do with the door. So if you remember from that first piece of decoupage paper where the 3 images were, this is the 3rd image, and I thought right away the blue in this tractor really made the door pop. It didn't fit perfect, so I came up with the idea of like kind of making it fit and be almost like 3-dimensional. So I took my finger and I rubbed where the actual door, like that ridge was, and we're going to cut around it, and we are going to cut around the actual tires and make that almost like pop. So I just did a rough cut around all of it, and then we're going to start the whole process. So we're going to go back, get the liquid patina, and we are going to start working in sections. So we're going to start on the bottom, and we're going to just apply a little bit of the liquid patina down on the bottom and just a nice even layer. And then we're going to start working our way up until the whole piece is on the door. I'm going to just make sure that the tires are down as well on the sides, and there you have it. So I decided I wanted to add just one little thing. So I decided to go ahead and grab the letterpress set. And if you guys have been following along, you know that I am giving away this set, an ink pad and black ink and 2 decoupage papers if you're over watching my lives on Facebook. Just remember when you're watching the lives, winner, winner, chicken dinner is the first comment that you have to make to get entered. So what I decided to do is stamp on here Old Blue. I was trying to find out if there was like a model number for these tractors. My mom's like, you know, like old cars have model numbers. Is there model numbers for tractors? I said, I don't know, but I just felt like this needed something. So I decided to name this tractor Old Blue. So I'm using one of the fonts of letterpress and I'm laying it out how I want it, taking a little bit of that backing, picking it up, and then just hand stamping the letters Old Blue. And I love how this turned out. I just think that I wanted to keep it simple, but add just something little to it. And I think I hit it out of the park. I love it. And I am definitely going to have it available either in one of my booths or at Cranberry Fest. So I'm going to finish this piece by just clear coating the entire piece with Big Top. And Big Top is a sealer, so I'm just sealing the whole piece with that. There was really no need to seal the Old Blue because it is a permanent ink. I just wanted to have everything have just a real nice clean sheen to it, and Big Top does that. So I'm doing that now, gonna let it dry, and the project is finished. I found this at the Goodwill bins and I loved it because it was all rusty. And when I was going through the labels, I was trying to figure out what labels could go with what. And then I saw this label and I'm like, it was meant to be. It had a rusty look to it. And on this one, I do want it to pop a little bit because it already had the appearance of that rusty look. So I am applying white to the back. I think it might have drowned out a little bit too much with just applying it direct. It might have looked even more natural, but I'm applying white to it. I let this dry very thoroughly, and once it's dry, then I go back and apply it to the piece. Now that the label is dry, I'm using liquid patina, and again, I am applying the liquid patina to the very back of the label. Be careful, as you saw, when I was brushing it on, it flipped over. Just try to be careful when applying it to the back. And then this label was a little bit bigger, so it kind of was a little bit more difficult to actually apply on with that liquid patina on the back. But once I smoothed it all out, it very easily smoothed out. And again, I apply liquid patina to the entire piece to seal in that rusty goodness and to make it all look with that same finish. Guys, I don't know why I love these old coffee pots as much as I do, but anytime I'm out thrifting, I always grab them. Now, this is called Heirloom Pumpkins, and it is from the new Recycled Decoupage paper release, and I love it. And I used the stacked pumpkins on another project that I did, but I haven't had the opportunity yet to use the heirloom pumpkins. So for starters, what I'm doing here is flipping it over, and because I'm going to apply this on the coffee pot, I do need to paint the back. And so I did see both Royce and Lexi do this, paint the back side. And in the past, I've always cut the image out and then painted it. Well, I saw one of them just paint the back of the paper. I'm like, brilliant. That way I'm not having to put it onto plastic and all of that. So what I'm doing here is painting the back of the images that I want to use on the coffee pot. Now the images are completely dry. I'm flipping it back over. I'm taking a scissors and I am going to then cut out all the images that I want to use on the pot. Now that I have all my images cut out, I am going to lay out where I want my images placed, and then we're going to start decoupaging. And again, just like I always do, I start on one end of it and I work my way down. Now, anytime you're using or you're working with a surface that is not completely flat, sometimes what you're going to find is that the paper buckles a little bit, so you'll have to like lift it up a little bit, maneuver it. Try to be really careful with your paper because it is a tissue type paper and it could possibly tear. And I just worked with this until I ended up getting the whole entire piece of paper completely flat. And then I did one even coat of liquid patina over the entire piece. I then started to apply the flowers on the bottom. And that's the other nice thing too, by having the images with that white backing, you can layer your decoupage papers just like you can with the IOD transfers. I have all the images cut out and now it's time to play around with layering and actually placing them. And I start off by just trying to figure out how I want the images, and then I start taking the decoupage medium liquid patina and start laying a little bit of liquid patina, laying the image, and I just start layering and stacking it. And I absolutely love how this turned out, guys. I honestly did not know what I wanted to do with this. I had thought about putting a stencil on it, and then I remembered about the dragonflies. If you guys have not yet used this decoupage paper, you're missing out. It is absolutely beautiful, and that is what I decided to use on the top. I wanted some wording, and I wanted a couple dragonflies on here, and that top dragonfly with that blue iris color really inspired the rest of this transformation. I am going to do a blending technique with blue iris and water lily, and you're gonna see this suitcase totally transform. For starters, what I'm doing is I am going to line up where I want the actual decoupage paper to lay, and then there is a little tiny like divot around the entire perimeter, and I am just taking my finger and I'm rubbing it to make an indentation where that is, so then I can take my scissors and just cut a little bit beyond that. Now I do want this paper to completely pop, and I know it does have like a whitish background. I still want to apply one even coat. Actually, I think I did like 1.5. There were just a couple areas that needed a second coat, and I wanted it to be nice and even. So again, I used White Swan by DIY, and I applied just a nice even coat over the entire suitcase. And then we're gonna apply the decoupage paper. Now I'm lining it all up, and I am going to do the exact same thing that I did with the other 2 suitcases. Roll back, do a starter strip, and then apply the entire decoupage paper to the top. The only difference is with this one, there were a couple really cool different pieces, like just different prints in the other scrap paper that I cut off. So after I get this piece down, I am going to then apply those. There was this round piece that I thought was really fun. So I'm just applying a little bit of the liquid patina on the back side of this, and I just enough to be able to put it down. And I'm going to put it in that area where there's not a lot of writing. And then after I lay it down, I'm just going to again apply an even coat of liquid patina over the top of that. I then have this other like oval piece that was part of that paper as well. And I loved this piece because it had that blue iris in it. And I thought that that would bring out that blue iris in the other 2 dragonflies. So again, applying a little bit to the back, laying it down, and then I came up with another idea after I laid this down. There was one more dragonfly left on that paper, and in the end, I decided to cut that out and apply that as well. So here I have completely cut it out, and I want to lay it just on the very bottom of that oval piece. And the tail, I kind of cut it off a little bit, so I'm going to have that tuck right in to the very base of the suitcase, and then lay it down, and again just apply some liquid patina under it and then over it. And I think it just really ties this whole suitcase together. Now I'm using the new paintbrush by DIY called the Smoothie and the Little Dipper. And I should mention, you guys, all the products that I'm using in today's video, you can find on my website at www.sonnetsgardenblooms.com. I will have all of that information too in the description below. So for starters, I am going to paint the entire suitcase blue iris from DIY. And this is not a color I've used before. I cannot believe it. The only time I've used it is when I painted my round circles for all my paint colors. And this has been a hot seller lately. And I'm like, I am going to use it. And so that's why when I saw those dragonflies, I thought, what a perfect opportunity to break this out. And then we're going to blend in water lily just to give it a little dimension. Now I started on the very back side. Everything is completely dry, and I again break out 2 colors, which is the blue iris and the water lily, and I am going to just apply the blue iris around the perimeter and then water lily in the middle. And I do need my misting bottle. Anytime you blend, it's a good idea to have your misting bottle as well, and just mist the entire area after you've applied both colors, and then you just start blending them together, and it just gives a different look to your piece. You definitely have different colors. It just gives it definitely like text, almost like a texture. I love it. And then I go to the sides, and I start with one side, and again I use blue iris. I put a little blue iris on the top, and on the bottom apply a little bit of the water lily in the middle, Again, misted, and then I just blended together just to give it a little bit of color, just a color contrast. And I absolutely am loving blending and just giving, like I said, a little bit more dimension to your piece rather than just one solid color. And I do that to all the sides. I just go and apply a little bit of the blue iris on the top and the bottom, and then again some water lily and misted, and then again blend it together. And I am loving this. I cannot wait to show you the finished product. Now that it's completely dry, I am taking Big Top from DIY and I am sealing the entire piece. Anytime you're using DIY paint, because you are able to blend it, it can be reactivated with water. After you paint your project, you do need to seal it with some type of top coat, whether that be Big Top, poly, wax. It just needs to be sealed. And that is what I'm doing here, applying one even layer to the entire piece, letting it dry, and then now I get to show you what this looks like. If you saw my Monday live, you'll know that this is something that I recently thrifted. I saw it sitting in one of the bins. The top was a bit rough, but it had really good bones and I loved it. So we're going to do a real quick easy flip on this. We're using White Swan from DIY and I'm applying 2 even coats to the top. And the reason I'm doing this is because I plan on using decoupage paper on here. And I have heard it both ways. You do not have to put white paint underneath your decoupage paper, and that is absolutely correct. You just get a completely different look and effect if you don't have the white. Otherwise, the paper really pops. So I do recommend doing that. I am using the leftover paper that I had from Fall Botanicals. This is from Roycycle's recent release, and I completely sold out, guys. I'm sorry. I do have another order in, and I should be getting it real soon. So I am trying to figure out from these scraps what paper I should use, or what portion of this paper I should use. There are so many beautiful images on here, and I finally settled on this one. I love birds, and I think a lot of people do as well, not just people from Wisconsin. So I always leave a little bit of an overlap on all 4 sides. That way it allows me to, if I don't lay the paper down just correctly as I'm decoupaging it down, if there's a little bit of, it gives me a little wiggle room. From there, I position my paper just as I want it, and I am using liquid patina from DIY. It is by far my favorite decoupage medium to use with the Roycycled paper, and I do what's called a starter strip. So I add just a nice even layer of the liquid patina over the top. I then lay down my paper and then I start smoothing it out with the paintbrush. And this really helps eliminate a lot of wrinkles, and it allows you to get it in the exact position that you're wanting. And then what I do is I lift the paper back up and I start working my way down and until the whole paper is completely applied. At that point, I let this dry before I continue to the next step. And the next step, once it's completely dry, you do not want to do this until your paper is dry. I learned from my past mistakes. If you start sanding prior, your paper will definitely rip. So once it's dry, in a downward motion, I just take a heavier grit sandpaper and I just sand downward, and it eliminates, or it takes off all that excess of paper. And then your project is finished, except one more step, I should say. I also, at the very end, I apply one more layer of liquid patina to completely seal everything in case anything around that edge was not sealed. Was inspired by my good friend Kristen over at Simply Joy Creations by Kristen. If you haven't yet, head on over to her Facebook page and give her some love over there. She has so much inspiration that she posts daily. She's amazing at mixed media, and she found these leaves last year and brought them to a couple shows, and they sold out right away. So I am going to show you her inspiration, or how she flipped these, and then I'm going to show you my twist on it. First and foremost, I am going to break out some of my favorite fall colors. We're starting with the gypsy green, and I ended up, actually my mother was at Hobby Lobby, that's where she found these, and I had been looking for them for a while, and my Hobby Lobby had not had them. My mom was there. I said, grab them all, and she ended up getting 30 of these. So what I did is I divided them into piles of 6, and I painted 6 of them gypsy green, 6 of them summer crush, 6 faded burlap, and then 6 of them white swan, and then 6 more farm fresh. Here they all are, completely painted and are drying. And then from here, we're going to continue on with the project. But aren't these just spectacular? We're going to start with my twist on the project. So I'm taking the ones that have the white swan. Here is the fall tartan that I spoke about on the previous project. So you can see it has this burnt orange on one side and then a really pretty blue on the other. I am just using the burnt orange in today's project, setting aside the other half for a future project. I am flipping it over, and I am going to lay out how I want to cut out each of these. I want to make sure there's a little bit of an overlap on each of the leaves, and basically I still end up with a big chunk of paper left over after I cut out each chunk, and that is what I used on that previous project. So just like I always do, I use liquid patina, and basically I flip the leaf over. I make sure that it has full coverage. I do the starter strip and then I work my way down. It really is that easy, and I am going to do that on all 6 leaves. I'm going to then set this piece of the project aside, let it dry very thoroughly. That is the key to when you do the sanding afterwards to get rid of the excess paper. You want to make sure that the project is dry, otherwise it will go awry. Paper will start tearing, so I just want to let you guys know, definitely make sure your paper is dry. Then I took out Halloween Masterboard. At first, I was going to just continue on with Kristen's inspiration, but I wanted to add a bit of Halloween to my Cranberry Fest booth, and I had a bunch of the Halloween Masterboard paper left over from a previous video. I thought, what a perfect opportunity to use it in today's video. So what I am doing is basically basically going to lay out where I think there's cool pieces of the paper that will show up on here, and I am going to place all the leaves on that paper and then start cutting out. Now it's time to decoupage, and again, I line it up, make sure that the whole entire leaf is covered, but that I have some really cool images on each one. And any of like the excess little pieces of paper, I sometimes will even take those, rip those around little chunks and add them as well. You can definitely layer the decoupage paper. A recommendation is either to use a wet paintbrush and go around the image and then tear, or just tear towards you around it. It is easier to blend decoupage paper when it's torn around the edges versus a straight cut. While all those are drying, now we're going to go on to Kristen's inspiration. And I also love Le Courrier and Kindest Regards. They are by far two of my favorite stamps. So what we're going to do on 3 of them is we are going to take the Le Courrier, ink it up with the IOD permanent black ink, and line it up. And I definitely want to get a chunk of the Le Courrier on here, and I basically look to see where the best placement is, lay it down, and then take my hand and just rub it very gently over the entire stamp to really ensure that I get a nice, crisp, clean image. I set that aside, and then I continue on with that Le Courrier and do the other 2, and then we're gonna take Kindest Regards and do the rest. If you guys haven't yet found the envelopes, the stamp envelopes, they are available on my website. And honestly, guys, these envelopes from IOD have gotten me so organized with my stamps. So I just wanted to point that out. I store all my stamps in those. But again, I am just doing the exact same thing with the IOD Kindest Regards stamp, just inking it up, laying it down, and rubbing. And this is such an easy flip and transformation. And think of all the possibilities that you can do with either of these stamps. Now I am taking Big Top from DIY, and I am going to seal all the stamps once the ink is dry. The ink is permanent, so it will not come off, but you definitely want to make sure your ink is dry before you seal it. But the DIY paint can be reactivated with water, so I always seal all of my DIY paint. I'm just going to go through, seal all of these, let them dry, and then this project, or this portion of the project, will be finished. On to the fall tartan. I'm grabbing my sandpaper again and grabbing one of the leaves and just in a downward motion going around the outside perimeter and removing the excess. And really, guys, that's how easy this is, and it really transforms these leaves completely. I'm doing the exact same thing with the Halloween masterboard, and I love the look of these two. It just adds so much whimsy to each of these leaves, and what perfect shelf sitters to have these sitting about for your fall or Halloween display. I wanted to toss this portion of the project in here as well. I do want to have something to house these at Cranberry Fest, and I had this old wooden kind of like a dough bowl. I didn't like the color. I am painting it faded burlap. I'm going to apply 2 even coats of faded burlap to the entire piece, let it dry, go back, I wet distress the edges and then seal it, and then I am going to have a chunk of these displayed in there, plus have them sitting about my entire booth. You guys remember when I was at the bins and I found this really cool board? I loved the distressing around the edges. It just caught my eye and I knew that I would find something to do with this. So right away I'm like, oh, I think the Le Courier stamp set is going to fit on here perfect, and it did. And one thing I do want to mention is, you guys, if you take your stamps off of your backing, put them back immediately. So I took 2 of these little sections off and I misplaced them. I was able to find one, but the other, which is the very bottom corner, I cannot figure out where I set it. I will eventually find it, but I just want to mention that. So here I am inking up with the black ink the entire stamp. And this stamp is the perfect background. I love using this one and Kindest Regards as like a background to different projects. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to centerize it on the board. I'm going to lay it down and then just really gently rub all over, because you want to make sure that you get a really nice impression. Once you do that, you just lift your stamp set up immediately, like all at once, and your impression will be perfect. My vision here is, when I thought of Le Courier, I thought of the courier pigeons, and I thought these 2 little birds with the floral would be absolutely perfect for this project. So what I'm going to do is just cut off the section of the paint inlay that I want to use. I'm going to line it up, figure out where I want to place it, and then we're going to get started. Because I have this image in the background, I don't want to use paint with this paint inlay. Another thing that you can use is Big Top, and that is a product from DIY Paint. So what I'm doing is I am applying an even coat of Big Top over the entire surface, and then I'm going to put my paint inlay in the Big Top. So it's going to be similar to that of paint. It's going to basically hold my paint inlay, but it's just a little bit more time sensitive. You don't want it to completely dry, because the paper that the paint inlay is on will become rock hard and it will be very hard to remove. So you definitely want to be watching this. So once the paper starts drying a bit, that's when you're going to want to remove it. Now that I have my even layer of Big Top, I am going to now apply my paint inlay. The key here is definitely make sure your paint inlay is paint side down. I have done this, guys. I have accidentally, on one project, and I do not know how I did it, I applied the other way, so the paint inlay never worked. So definitely make sure you have your painted image going into either the paint or the top coat. After you lay it down, smooth it all out, and then I mist it. I mist water over the entire surface. So you can see the edges are starting to dry a bit and the center is semi-dry. So what I do is mist it with water again. I start on one side and I start peeling back. And as you can see, the paint inlay is now embedded in that top coat. And you guys, already I am absolutely loving the way that this is turning out. And this is so satisfying, pulling that backing off of the paint inlay and seeing that beautiful image there. I love those vibrant colors against that dark background. It looks amazing. The last thing you want to do is seal your entire piece. I know that I put the paint inlay in the sealer, but I do like to completely seal the entire piece. Now, some viewers like to take like a misting bottle and mist their top coat on the paint inlay. I have had no issues doing it this way. I just use a really light hand and I load up my brush with the top coat as to not smear the paint inlay. I thrifted this suitcase recently. It has been sitting in my stash because I was deciding, was I going to sell as is or was I going to do something to it? And this stencil spoke to me and fit perfect. So that is what I'm going to be using in on this suitcase is this stencil. So I'm lining it up and I'm trying to decide, do I want to put or try to fit or navigate those beautiful details on each of the corners, or do I just want to use the center of the stencil? In the end, I decide I am just going to use the apothecary shop with the little apothecary jar and then the wording below. And it was the perfect fit. It looks so good, you guys. I, again, am using weathered wood from DIY. It was the perfect dark color. It wasn't like the harshness black, like that black I think would have been too harsh. It was just the perfect warm toned dark color for this suitcase. Again, I use my stencil brush and I make sure that I'm offloading, and the fibers of the suitcase were a bit different. How they absorbed it, I was a little worried that there would be some seepage or, it would not be as crisp and of a stencil. But you guys, this stencil is amazing, and so is the stencil brush, that the image was absolutely perfect. So like I said, I just go along, I stenciled the whole thing, and then I was like, do I stencil the same image on the back of the suitcase? And I thought about it and I decided no. On the back side, what I'm going to do is I am going to put in each of the corners, I'm going to put that beautiful detail. So I let the front dry, flipped it over. I didn't show you how I stenciled it, but I just put that image in each of the corners, and it was the perfect addition to the back side of the suitcase. Here it is, you guys. I absolutely love how this turned out. I just wanted to slow it down a bit and give you a shot of what the finished project looks like on the one side. Here is the back side and what that looked like as well. And like I said, I think it was the perfect addition to the suitcase. It didn't jazz it up too much. So I am sealing it again with Big Top, and I start in the center and I again apply the Big Top all in the center, and then I load up my paintbrush and then with a very light hand apply the Big Top over the stenciled area. I found this, I don't even know what it is, like a piece of vintage wood that somebody already had painted, distressed, add a bunch of this really cool hardware all over it. I did not like this little clip though that was on it. I think what they used it for was they had it hanging on a wall and they probably clipped little notes to it or a photo or something like that. So we took that off. And when I took the screw out, it kind of made the wood pop up a bit. So I just took my scissors and kind of scraped it flat. And I'm using Connie from the Painted Photographer. I'm using one of her rice papers. I was very fortunate that she sent me a bunch of her papers and I have been literally dying to use them. So I thought this church was absolutely gorgeous. So I grabbed that and it had a couple or like little hints of like that turquoise in it. So I think it will look perfect. This is the very first time that I've actually used rice paper before. I have used regular tissue decoupage paper, and I know that with rice paper, I think there's like strands of stuff in it to kind of give it a little bit more durability. And when you tear it, it's a little bit more difficult to tear than your standard decoupage paper. But I really love it so far. I like how durable it is. But what I decided to do was basically just tear around the entire image. At first I thought about cutting it, and then I'm like, no, decoupage paper just looks so much better when it's torn and then you decoupage it on. So that is exactly what I'm doing here. Just going around on all the edges, just tearing it. And I like to tear towards me and use my finger to kind of figure out where I want that tear. Like for instance, right here, I did not want to lose the cross on the top of the steeple, so I really had to be careful how I tore that portion of it. After I finished tearing it, I laid it down, and what a perfect fit, you guys. I absolutely love it already. Here's where I got a little nervous because I'm new with working with rice paper. I broke out my liquid patina, which is my go-to decoupage medium, and I'm like, is it going to work with rice paper? I'm going to give her a try. So I am doing exactly what I always do when I use Upcycled's paper. I am doing a starter strip, so I lined everything up. I laid down just a nice even layer, and then I smooth it back, and it worked perfectly. And then I take my brush and I just decoupage right over, work out any wrinkles or air bubbles, and it, like I said, it literally worked so good. So this decoupage medium liquid patina works with rice papers as well. So I probably should have watched one of Connie's videos on how she uses it before I just went for it, but oh well, if it didn't work, I would just start over. So I apply the full coat of liquid patina, smooth everything out, and we're gonna let this dry. And then I have some decorative little jingle bells that I thrifted, and we're gonna add them to just give it a little Christmassy touch. I thought I was taping and I wasn't. So this is what we're using, this little jingle bell. I think these were actual ornaments. I thrifted them when I was at the bins one day. But what I started to do was I actually fed the wire through a tiny hole on that decorative metal. And I'm trying to position it so that I can have two of the jingle bells hanging at two different lengths. So the other thing that I decided to do is I actually finally found the end of a tiny paintbrush. I fit it right through. There was like a little squiggly, like they took the wire and wrapped it around the paintbrush, and then I just finished that to shorten the bell up a bit. And then I also did it to the other side as well. So what a perfect way. And I like the gauge wire too. It was really easy to manipulate and do that, the rounding or make that little curly cue. So I attached that one. So now I'm going to do the same thing to the second one. And once I apply it, I think just adding these little bells just really elevated this entire project and gave it a real Christmassy feel. I thrifted this pumpkin. It had really good bones. I did not like the color. It had these leaves attached to the top. I removed the leaves. I'm going to reuse it a little bit differently in this project. I am taking Little Black Dress and I am going to apply one even coat of Little Black Dress to the entire piece. DIY paint is heavily pigmented, so the darker colors have amazing coverage with just one coat. No need to apply two. I'm not going to wet distress it or anything like that. I am just going to apply one even coat, let it dry, and then come back and we are gonna transform these leaves. I'm pulling out Gypsy Green and I am going to apply one even coat to the leaves on both sides. Let those dry. Then I'm going to come back. I'm going to seal those with Big Top and then they're gonna be ready to be re-added to the project. I didn't like the color of the stem, so I painted it prairie gray, and I think it will be the perfect color for this project. I am using Painterly Florals, and I had used this on a previous project, so I had pieces left over like this sunflower. My vision here is I'm going to take some of the sunflower leaves and put them around the top, and then put the sunflower on the front, and then add some leaves there. I just think it will bring this whole project together, and then I can use up some of these transfers that I started using. I know that I'm sure you guys have transfer pieces lying around, so I am trying to use up all of mine, and this was the perfect project for this. I had a chunk of leaves left over, so I applied the leaves first. After that, then I'm going to apply the sunflower. When applying the sunflower, I start on one side and I work my way over because there's a lot of grooves in this pumpkin and it takes a little bit, but I do get it on there and I burnish the entire transfer on the piece. I add an extra leaf and it is set. Now it's time to seal it. Anytime you do use a transfer, you do want to seal your project. So there's two reasons why I'm sealing it is because I'm using DIY paint and the transfer, and then this project will be complete. If you guys stuck around to the end, I can't wait to hear out of the 50, which one was your favorite? Honestly, you guys, I have grown as a creator so much and I am learning and perfecting my skills. And honestly, I can't pick a favorite because each and every one of these were really my favorite from those videos. And I just have had such a fun time creating for all you guys the past 3 years, and I cannot wait to see what the next 3 years are gonna bring. So I wanna thank each and every one of you for always watching my videos, supporting my channel, and if you like today's video, go ahead, give it a thumbs up, and hit that subscribe button. We'll see you guys Monday. Bye.